What's going on, everyone? How are we doing today? Nice to see so many of you in the chat already. Holy shit. I think this is the biggest turnout we've had so far. Just before we start, just before I bring technicals in here, just want to give a quick shout out to Lynx, who became a member during, well, I guess while she was waiting. So thank you, Lynx. I appreciate that very much. And my boy, maybe Jamie, thank you very much, bro. Thanks for all the new members. We're at like 110 members now, which is awesome. So I really appreciate it. What's going on, DM Smith? I'll say hello to you or to all of you in just a second. But obviously, we've got technicals here today. Now, the reason that I've asked technicals to come on here is that I've been following technicals pretty much since he started out on YouTube. And I think his work is probably the most important work related to the FGC. It's probably the most important FGC channel, given what he covers and how thoroughly he covers it. So I wanted to get him on here because I know that sometimes when we talk about him on here, some of you don't know who he is because you're new to the FGC. So I've outlined a bunch of questions for him to answer. I'm sure maybe he's gotten some of the questions before, some of them that I just wanted more clarity on. But for those of you that don't know him, you'll get to know him now. So I'm going to bring him on now. Technicals, how you doing, bro?
What's popping? 110 members. That's nothing to scoff at. That's nice, dude.
Yeah, man, these guys have been showing up for me. But like, I really appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've been watching your stuff for.
How long? You said since I started, but what was the first one?
The reason I found your content was because you used to be under the name FaZe Link, and my friend.
Oh my god, no way! Not the FaZe. God damn it.
You were posting tutorials on how to play Toon Link, and my friend was a Toon Link player, and he was struggling to beat me, so he found your videos, and those were like, I'm pretty sure those were like your earliest videos, right?
Yeah, I actually did that because I was trying to help out people that were members of my club, because I started a club in high school, and they fucking sucked, so I made like a little guide to show them. I made that shit in, what was it, Movie Maker, like Microsoft Movie Maker in my closet. I did the voiceover in my closet. Yo guys, what's up? FaZe Link here.
The chat is saying that your mic is extremely low.
It's low? God damn it. Hold on.
Let me see if I can turn you up.
I can turn it up myself as well. Test.
Yeah, that's louder. You guys can hear him all right now?
The preview shows it's quiet as fuck. I don't use this whatever StreamYard shit all the time. Is that better?
It's a little bit. Yeah, I can barely hear him. Really? I can hear him just fine. Okay, they're saying way better now.
Okay, I set it to automatically adjust mic volume. I don't know if that's gonna be better or not.
Yeah, the StreamYard is a bit finicky, but I'm sure it's fine now. They said that you can hear it. But yeah, so yeah, I think I've been subscribed to you for like must be 6-7 years now. So yeah,
that is the first videos I ever made. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the first time, so I watched your Toon Link videos, but I wasn't a Toon Link player, so I kind of left it there for my friend. And then you popped up on my algorithm again because apparently some Smash player tried to run you over.
Yeah, it was the number one player in our region. He tried to hit me with his car.
What was the reason for him trying to hit you again? I wasn't clear on that.
Well, we already had beef because he's kind of a dickhead, so we would always like butt heads. And then after like this it was like a pre-local to a major or like a regional. It might have been Evo. I don't know, because Evo's.
Oh, bro, I'm so sorry. They're saying that they can't hear you.
Again? God damn it. Okay, so I set it to.
So you went to audio and then
200. Yeah. I just boosted it up to 200. Test. Can you guys hear me? Hello. Hello.
He sounds fine to me, guys. Maybe you guys need to turn your computers off a bit.
Nah, it might be fucking StreamYard. I don't know how to adjust these settings.
Let me see if I can do anything on the back end. Audio.
Boost me up. Hey, yo, turn me up. Turn me up. I can't hear you. Turn me up in my left ear. Turn it up.
It says that your audio is fine.
Test. Maybe they're trolling. Whatever.
Let me turn mine down because maybe mine is too loud in comparison.
Hey, yo, Sponge, can you hear me? You got me? I finally found his Target swim trunks. You see those?
That's pretty premium.
They're fire.
If I turn up my volume, you'll blow out my ears, Mike. Oh, okay, we don't want that. Sick Roman Reigns cosplay. This is Cody Rhodes, mate. All right. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, just please run me through that situation because I was trying to go back and understand it.
So it was like a pre-local or a pre-event to like a major or regional or something. Um, the event ends. We go outside. He tries to invite some of the people that we're with to go and get tacos with him because they're like better players from SoCal. But
Mhm.
they're my friends, and I don't like him. They also don't like him. So I tell him to fuck off. My brother also tells him to fuck off. He doesn't like that, so he gets in the car and he's with like some NorCal players. He's like, "Yo, watch." No, I think it was Utah players, something like that. He tells him, "Watch this," and then
Yeah.
he speeds up in the parking lot. There's like seven of us walking across the whole parking lot, like horizontal, basically just covering the whole parking lot. He speeds up, and then a couple of us have to jump out of the way or like push the others out of the way because he just barrels through the parking lot. And then we go confront him later at the taco place, and he admits in front of another player, EXO, who was in one of the statements in the article. He admits to him and all of us that yeah, he did try to hit us and he meant to hit us and that he didn't really care. And after that, he only got like a temporary ban. We all like put it to a vote. I didn't really want him back. Obviously, he just tried to hit me with his fucking car, but he was the best player, and everyone's like, "Oh, yo, dude, you only don't want him there because you didn't like him to begin with." It's like,
Mm.
well, yeah, that too, but dude tried to hit me with his fucking car, so it's a pretty big factor.
Did he come at you at like a speed that would have killed you if it hit you
Mm, I don't know if it would have killed me.
with a broken sign though?
Yeah, it definitely would have fucking hurt. I know that for sure.
Fair play.
I
The
quit. I quit playing Smash 4 shortly after that, but
was that the reason why, or just you didn't want to be associated to the scene?
that's part of the reason. But the whole dealing with the code of conduct issues, where it's like, why is this guy getting a temp ban for like actually endangering people's safety like that, like purposefully? He's like
Yeah.
getting a pass because he's the best player in our region. Dude played fucking Bayonetta. Like, okay,
When she was
you're
busted.
yeah, like you're the goat, dude. I guess.
So I do want to ask you about the tournament organizers in a little bit, but really like the main thing that I want to ask you is that obviously being part of the fighting game community, you see a lot of bad things happening. I've spoken about this on this channel before. I've even covered some of the things that you've spoken about. But why is it so concentrated to Smash Brothers and Guilty Gear? Is there something in particular with those scenes that makes it so?
You mean the child abuse?
Yeah, the heavy amount of child abuse.
Well, it's a demographic issue as well because the demos skew younger because of the IPs that are associated with the games. And also, well, Guilty Gear isn't naturally like a younger demo. It's just that a lot of Smash players' first FGC game is Guilty Gear. Um, and there could be some other factors there that I might not want to hop into too much, but uh, yeah, I think it's the mixture of those two communities, the demos, and the what I've noticed in person with Smash in particular is that the culture is very in person. It's all about like locals and stuff and who you know. And these like 40-year-olds will be playing against 15-year-olds who are obviously really good because they soak up knowledge really fast. And being good at the game is essentially the same as being your peer. So if someone's good at the game, then it's like, oh, well, this dude's on the same like level socially as me, so I'm gonna treat them as I would an adult. And then you have them being invited to all the parties because they're a good player. They start drinking at these parties and shit like that. That's where a lot of the mistakes happen. Like our number one player, JK, who almost hit us with his car, he started taking like LSD and shit, and he thought he was Jesus Christ because he tried to kill himself and he didn't die after he like drove into a wall with his mom's car.
Jesus
Um,
Christ.
yeah, so the substance abuse is definitely a problem as well.
I had somebody on here before called James MK. He's one of the original creators of Mortal Kombat,
Oh,
and
sick.
he was talking about a situation of a Smash player that decapitated his mum. Do you know anything about
That
that?
was in Washington. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you know that they banned him after he did that? I was really holding out for that ban. Dude's
I would
banned
be
from
surprised. I would actually be surprised.
Dude was banned from freedom. He was banned from having rights. He was banned from owning a gun and voting. Like, who gives a shit?
Was that his first offense, or was that like a build up to
Probably.
things?
I didn't know the guy. I just know he's fucking insane.
Yeah, he's not still operating in the scene. I assume he's in prison.
Yeah, I assume he's jailed.
Yeah, fair enough. The other thing I wanted to ask you is, you obviously call out a lot of the degeneracy in the Smash scene and in Guilty Gear, but whenever I watch your videos, or whenever I'm on your Twitter page, or whenever I see people talking about you, there's a heavy amount of pushback from people saying that you only care about money, or that you are a tourist or a grifter, and I don't really understand the mindset of these people. Griffnicals, that was it. I don't really understand the mindset of people that say that. Maybe like you've spoken to them, because my mindset was always that I don't really care as long as the pedos get outed. Do you ever speak to these people and get an understanding of where they're coming from?
Well, I know where they're coming from. A lot of them are just upset because I'm making their community look bad, which is like, I get that to a certain degree, but I mean, if people in your community are doing bad shit, obviously you're going to look bad. I started out on YouTube. I started with the Toon Link tutorials, but then I started making like the sit down talking videos. After that dude almost hit me with his car, and then I started researching like H3H3, iDubbbz, shit like that. I'm like, how do you make a good critique piece on someone so people will actually listen when I tell them that this person is like a piece of shit? Because I wanted that guy to get banned because he was like a narcissistic asshole.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like one of the first videos I made was about him and some other dude in my community. So I started off with like a genuine passion and purpose to kind of restructure code of conduct and make it not about people just pressing buttons good, but about having an objective application of rules that everyone has to follow. So while that may not be the case for every single community, that is still there. And just because I make money doesn't mean that what I'm saying isn't accurate. I mean, obviously, I like making money. It's my fucking job now, but someone's got to do the job. I monopolize that in the FGC, essentially, because a lot of these people will just be like, oh, I'll just go with the popular opinion because it's the safe route. As far as like sexual assault allegations and shit like that, you don't want to go against that, obviously, but just because someone said something happened doesn't mean that it fucking happened.
Mm-hmm. No, of course. Do you get more support from the Smash and I'll say the Strive scene, because Guilty Gear players get very bent out of shape when you lump them all in together. They kind of like
me to die.
Would you say that's the majority, or is it a subsection of the community?
Well, as far as Smash, it's like a silent majority support me. It's just the really vocal minority don't like me, but a lot of them have come to almost accept and welcome a lot of my coverage because the Smash community fucking sucks, dude. We've lost so much money in sponsorships and opportunities. We've lost so many players to just pure incompetence. Like, a lot of these people are just fucking stupid, and they just wear it on their sleeve 24/7.
Yeah.
But you can't really do anything because they've been there for like a decade. They've been there for like 10, 15 years. They built the community from the ground up, so they have a lot of good faith and charity from the community. And they're entrenched in their positions. It's like having a Supreme Court justice that's just been there for like 50 years. You can't get rid of them until, something happens.
Mm-hmm. Is it a situation where, like, you're saying that they've got their place in the scene because they've been there for so long?
Yeah.
Do you have any suspicions that the things that are happening in the Smash scene are being covered up by the people at the top, or are they partaking?
Of course. A lot of these people knew about this shit happening, but 2020 is what forced a lot of it to the surface. Mm-hmm. And that's part of the reason why they don't like me, is because I talk about it, and I talk about their role in a lot of these situations. And they don't like that. They don't like that introspection, even though they all were grandstanding about, oh, we need to be better. Oh, we need to take accountability, blah. Mm-hmm. But then I point it out, and it's like, well, not that way. Not like that. How dare you? How dare you blame us?
It's very interesting to me. I don't know this situation in its entirety. Maybe you know more, but it's very interesting to me that, like, I've watched you call out a lot of pedophiles, and people will like run to their defense, but there's an individual that I was watching called Hacks, and he's like ostracized from the scene. Did he do anything bad in particular, or was it just because he doesn't get on with Leffen?
Well, it's not just because he doesn't get along with Leffen. He made like hours of content criticizing him with very hyperbolic analogies and shit, comparing him to Hitler. But let's not pretend like these people don't compare people they don't like to Hitler all the fucking time. I don't understand why that's like the insane part. It's like, you guys call everyone Hitler nowadays. Let's let's not pretend that that's not a thing we do. But some of his shit was going into like pseudo psychoanalysis, which was dumb, and then talking about how he turns his phone into the Death Note and all this extra shit. While it is hyperbolic and he is exaggerating, clearly there's a pattern of behavior from Leffen where he's kind of like a narcissistic abuser in a way to a lot of these people in these situations, and he turns everything on its head to where he's always the victim and you're always attacking him, even though he has the massive following and the fucking decade-long contract with TSM. You, the random person online who just has a grievance with him, are actually the real problem.
Do you have because I watched your video on Leffen where you sort of like spoke about everything. Have you guys had any interaction since you've been making contact with him in private, or has he ever reached out to you?
Hacks?
No, Leffen.
Leffen? He only shit talks me behind a block. I've never like actually interacted with him.
Okay.
Like, man to man. He'll just complain about me to other people.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, like, now that you mentioned man to man, I might as well ask you now, what is it like going to, I don't know if you go to Smash tournaments anymore, but given all of the videos that you've done, and given the things that you've exposed about the scene, in my opinion, how unhinged some people are, do you feel safe at Smash tournaments?
Even yes, Smash players are pussies. Even when I went to the Double Down event and I did the ban Nairo sign thing, where I was like, I was in a dress to like sneak my way in.
I saw that, yeah.
After I did that, people were still asking me for like photos and stuff. Like one guy was like, "Fuck you, technicals," in the crowd, and I was like, "Fuck you, pussy! You're not gonna do anything." And I just went about my day like, he's not gonna do anything. And there was vendors who were giving me free shit. They're like, "Dude, I fuck with what you do, man. Here's like this and this and this," and I'm like, "Yo, I'll take it. That's awesome, dude." I feel like a lot of these people are fatigued. They're super fatigued with how a lot of this shit is run.
Yeah.
And just pretending like there is no problem. You know, there is no war in Bossing Say. But yeah, I'm like one of the only people talking about it. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, when the Nairo situation happened, one of the things that I thought was really cool is that like everyone, I remember the hashtag unban Nairo or something was like trending for some time, and you basically came out and went against it. And I think that caused like a rift in the community. Did you go to Double Down after that?
Yeah, Double Down was after that.
Okay, so after that happened, because I was reading things that were popping up online. What was the community's reaction to you? Because they seemed to become very sympathetic to Nairo, but you had said on your video that when they were both awake, both him and Captain Zach had, partaken in sexual activity. So,
well, there was testimony from people in the fucking stories, in the Twitlongers, where after the first night where he was supposedly, sexually assaulted, they were cuddling together in bed. People came in there and saw them cuddling together in bed. I'm pretty sure it was testimony from Mr. R was mentioned, Sam Sora was mentioned, I think Tweak as well. So, like, they saw them still together, like, hanging out, doing all this stuff. You can make like, how TK Breezy put it the best way. I forgot exactly what the quote was, but he said he's not going to get played by a 15-year-old. He got absolutely played, spun around his fucking finger. We have to assume that he's like this socially inept to where a 15-year-old is going to corner him into that situation and make him like a sexual pawn.
Yeah, it did seem very, very bizarre to me that he was saying, because I read somewhere that he said that he was basically raped. And I was like, this seems a bit... I got some backlash when I was talking about it on my channel ages ago. But then obviously you came out, you made all of your statements against him. But
my problem was there was the huge movement to unban Nairo. Yeah. Which is like, if you want to ban Zero, that's totally fair. Like,
yeah, that's what I was going to ask,
yeah, the reasons to ban Zero are absolutely legitimate. I said that in my video before it was taken down for the the lawsuit. But it didn't make sense that they were all caping this hard for Nairo when he actually had sexual acts done to him by a minor. Like, you can't. The degrees of severity. It's so much worse than the Nairo case, but there's so much more charitability there, with absolutely no resolution. And this guy was admitting to lying for 3 years, and you're taking his side of events like without question. That's fucking ridiculous.
Do people still feel like that towards Nairo? Is it the
Yes.
conversation? Oh, they're
The
still cool
dude
with
still
him.
makes like 6 figures. The dude he was still collabing with top players. I genuinely feel like he would already be back at events if he wasn't banned by Twitch. That's why I did the double down stunt, because when I did that, he was live streaming events all the time. And he said that he wouldn't restream those events if he didn't have consent from the TOs, who are fucking lying and saying that they aren't giving him consent. I know that they're giving him consent. That's bullshit. So I did that stunt to show people that, you know, he's still actively being promoted and accepted in the community, which is weird to me. It's weird to me with the kind of principles and standards that they set for themselves.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, them supporting him. This is gonna. I don't want this to sound like I'm trying to like dog on the entire Smash community, but
No, go ahead.
does it? I get the impression, because of the amount of trying to protect people, that the Smash community, it might not be a minority of pedophiles in there. There might be like a much bigger pedophile ring that is still uncovered. Do you ever get that feeling when you read when you read the tweets?
No, I just feel like a lot of it is incompetence. Don't attribute malice where you can adequately explain it with incompetence. I feel like a lot of these people are just stupid.
How so? Like, can you elaborate on that? Because I'm getting the feeling that there are people doing things behind closed doors, and we just haven't heard about it yet, and it's on a much larger scale.
Those are the people in power, for sure. I'm talking more about like the useful idiots that will just kind of go along with it, whatever explanation that they give. Like, for instance, the Smash World Tour being shut down. Gimmer was all like, "Oh, dude, we got shut down because Panda Global was in the back trying to fuck with our contracts, and we just weren't able to get our license in time. And they just made up some random excuse about health and safety." It's like, no, you got the call from the Nintendo rep 7 days after you made a fucking Google Doc on your company account talking about me and Nairo, which is about health and safety, because one, I infiltrated your tournament and talked about the lack of security at the tournament, and because of a code of conduct issue with Nairo and applying it to the restreaming and your actual position on his ban as far as the global ban database. That's what happened. They didn't just randomly decide, oh, health and safety, we're just going to fucking throw that out as corporate speak. No, that's exactly what happened. And I have people on the back end who know people that work at Nintendo who have confirmed that with me. But I don't have the concrete fucking sources, so I can't go out and say this, and this. But I know that for a fact. And these people just bullshit around it and try to blame Panda Global. Now we've killed an entire organization that was helping the fighting game community as well, and it's all because of their fucking incompetence and their lack of accountability for their own actions. They tried to get an international license for a world tour with the name Smash in it, which is against Nintendo's regulations to begin with, in like 2 months. And it took 3 years for Panda Global just to get an NA circuit. So it's like, you guys aren't even following protocol, and now you're complaining because you don't have a license for some shit that you launched without having the approval from Nintendo. It's like basic business sense. And these guys, they fucked the pooch. They lost like $500,000, and they're like, "Oh, fuck you, Dr. Allen." Like, what? How's that Dr. Allen's fault?
Are they so empowered that it can't be like sort of torn down and new people put in?
I wish. It's like, it sucks because there's people like Critical and Ludwig who will bail these people out. They'll run a fucking charity tournament and give like 10K to VGBC even though they're the problem. All they have to do is go cry Nintendo bad. Someone will bail them out, and then they'll get all the favorability and charitability from the community that they could ever hope for. Or they just say technical's bad, get like 5,000 likes and cash out. Like, I don't know.
Has Nintendo ever, or anybody at Nintendo of like maybe in a position of power or anything, ever reached out to you based on your work? Because obviously their game is tied to it.
Fuck no.
Not at all. Not even like behind the scenes, like a random worker.
Like I was saying, the whole health and safety thing. It's like I know, me personally, there's too much of a correlation between my coverage and their decision to not have some kind of connection there. When I read that shit, I know exactly what they're talking about. Everyone else reads that shit, and all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck is health and safety? Like, come on, bro. We know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But Nintendo will never do that because one, I'm definitely a liability to their image with the way that I talk about shit. They don't want to be associated with me, obviously. And if they outright say it, then it's just validating me and my coverage. So none of the people who know that that's the reason why are going to admit that, because then it makes me look actually correct for once, and God forbid.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask you about the whole health and safety thing, actually, because in the FGC, there's been bans of certain players for all sorts of things. And like I said, I had James and K on here, the guy that works in Mortal Kombat, and he put up a tweet about guns and protecting yourself at tournaments because things seem like they're getting out of control. And there's been a lot of talk about people getting banned for not speaking the right way. But I went onto your Twitter account and I saw message after message or like screenshot of people saying that they want to stone you or they want to punch you or attack you. Is this being sent to tournament organizers? Are they doing anything about it?
I sent the thing from Vicky Viper to Frosty Faustings because when they made that one post about the guy getting banned for, I think he was getting banned for lolicon culture and transphobia. I've never heard of lolicon culture before, but I think they went through his likes or some shit. Whatever.
Oh, Jesus.
It started a whole debate in their replies, and this was months and months and months ago. So I sent them a DM. I was like, hey, I saw that you guys have a zero tolerance policy towards inciting violence and shit like that. So I sent them the Vicky Viper thing and the Wagner one where he said we should kill technicals. I'm like here's these guys saying this shit. I think I'm a pretty decently sized figure in the FGC. Like, you can't just say you want me to be fucking murdered. I think that's a fair precedent to set.
Yeah.
And they did nothing about it. But they'll ban people for transphobia, inciting hate speech. But it really feels like if you're in the right camp, you can say whatever the fuck you want about people, and you just get away with it.
Yeah, it's
one of these people. There was two people. It was this person and then someone else. They both said that I should be like stoned or people should make violent gifs about me. I should be killed. They both fucking deleted their tweets and apologized. It was like a pseudo apology, but
this is the guy, right? This is the one that said he would stone you, and then he apologized.
Yeah, he said, "Can we stone technicals?" and then he apologized for it.
Did they ever message you privately to express how stupid they are? Is it all for publicity standards?
Not these guys, but sometimes people will like retroactively DM me and be like, "Hey." Like, I've had a few people actually DM me about the Nairo stuff. They'll be like, "Hey, I was really emotional about it, and I thought about it for a little bit, and you were actually entirely correct about that. My bad." And I'm like, "Hey, that's cool, man. I don't care." Like, I'm not saying the shit to get an applause. I'm just saying it because it's correct. Like, these people are they just think about it emotionally and just react on instinct.
Yeah. No, sometimes when I go on there, the some of the things that I see being sent to you are crazy. I've seen the attention obviously shift to Guilty Gear in more recent times.
Yeah, because it's really funny. These people give like a really good reaction. It reminds me of when I first started making videos on Smash players, but they kind of figured out you shouldn't react like that. That's a bad idea. That's why I made the title "The Guilty Gear Groomicide" because I was like, hold on, this is really, really fucking funny.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the video. I covered. It was about Mikosi, right?
I was pissed, dude. I fucking defended Mikosi.
I know. I saw. It's kind of tricky defending
I defended
people.
him against Leffen, and then he goes and grooms a minor. And the messages he was saying, he was all like, "I want to beat up your pathetic child put." I was like, "What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Like, this is so unquestionable, so like holy shit, dude."
Yeah, I showed the messages to some. I went to a house party, and after I watched your video, I showed the messages to some people. And this guy plays Smash Brothers. And he literally said, "I don't think I want to go to another tournament after that," because he found your channel after that, and he just started watching everything.
I'm blackpilling.
As the Smash team migrated to Strive.
Well, that's what I've heard. All I know is Leffen. There might be other people, but people keep saying that Smashers migrated to Strive, but I don't know how true that is. I just take people's word for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Have
not a
you?
Strive player.
So I know you've been jumping. Like I saw your video of Noel Brown. I like you like looking more into like the conventional FGC now to see what's going on. Because I've
Yeah,
watched some of your stuff before on that.
it's like the neighbor of Smash. Like the FGC is the neighbor of Smash, where they're never really considered FGC, but it's the communities are not dissimilar, so it's very easy to swap over to.
Yeah, no, definitely. Um, I I wanted to ask you about there was a player called Umisho that believe you spoke
Haha.
about.
Yes.
And I was under the impression that Umisho was removed from everything, but I was told yesterday that Umisho is competing again. Is that true? Have they just
Really?
overlooked everything?
I didn't know they were still competing. I thought they were actually banned.
Does it ever feel like, obviously, I know that you've put a lot of attention on a lot of this stuff, and lot of the things that we've learned about Smash and Strive and just the FGC in general has come through you. But does it ever like piss you off when you go to all those lengths to do all the investigating and then the tournament organizers just basically ignore it and they let these people back in?
No, it's almost like it's like anticipated. Like I said, it all comes down to incompetence. If you want to set a precedent, you have to like actually put a line in the sand. You can't just say like it seems like you get a more permanent ban for transphobia than you do for inciting like violence and like actual death threats. Because I've seen Leffen cry about death threats all the time, but you can see in real time tweets saying "kill technicals," getting like 2,000 likes. Who's liking all this shit? It's private now. But yeah, you can see in real time that these people are advocating for me to be murdered. Nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. It's because I'm an accepted target. I'm an accepted target. I'm a victim. Did I mention I'm black, by the way? So it just goes by without a hitch, and I'm just not shocked by anything at this point.
Did you get any blowback when you did your criticisms of Sonic Fox? Because I watched you criticize his acceptance
No.
speech.
Everyone hates Sonic Fox.
Oh, okay. I was curious because of the whole Perfect Legend situation that's happened recently.
I actually had journalists glazing me for that video.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was like one journalist.
Oh, fair enough.
I actually unlisted that video that I did where I was criticizing his acceptance speech because I was getting a lot of hate speech strikes. And I feel like if you mention anything about gay people or whatever, you get a hate speech strike. Even though people don't dislike Sonic Fox because he's gay, it's because he's fucking obnoxious.
Mm-hmm. No, I 100% agree with you. Obviously, I don't know if you've seen the whole situation with PL, that's Perfect Legend, that's recently come back up with them criticizing him for the 13-0, and you know people sort of attacking him. Have you ever looked into like? There's no real, not just the 13-0, but just like the kind of dogpiling that goes on in the FGC and the bullying and how they try to like push people out.
Yeah, it's tribalism. It's a tribal mentality. It's also part of the reason why in Guilty Gear they were so comfortable with the sexual assault allegations against Red I Am Not. They didn't even question it. They're just like, this is the popular thing and the easy thing to do. And if I go against this, a lot of people will not like that I'm saying these things. Even though in the back end, you saw when all of that shit got released, they're saying, I don't believe this story. This doesn't make sense. But it's a liability for our sponsors and our reputation if we go against it. So I'm just going to completely ruin this dude's life and remove him from the community. That's how they treat conduct. They treat it based off of their own like personal ideology and like how much public backlash they'll get, not off of whether it's the correct thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why they were pissed because my video ended up being correct because I actually looked at it because I cared about the details more than they did, but whatever.
Yeah, it does seem like they're more interested in just protecting high-level players. It happens in other places, but not with like the shit that goes on that you've been uncovering. I find it really strange that one of the comments that I always see is that you're not respecting the victim. And I'm always just like, how is he not respecting the victim if he's putting the information out there that there's a bad person in the scene? Do
The
you ever
funny
speak to
part-
these people?
The last video I made, both the one of the victims actually had me blocked before I made the video. Then they unblocked me and said that they liked the coverage. Then another victim reached out before I made the video because I showed intent on making one. Gave me a few things that they didn't want put in the video. I told them I wasn't going to do this, this, and this, and then they essentially greenlit it, and I just made the video. Makozy was someone who I personally interacted with. I'm going to make that video regardless because I feel like I have to. As far as like talking about the Bunny Umi show, all that stuff, where the victims will say, I don't want you to talk about this. You shouldn't have put it on fucking social media for millions of people to see. If you didn't, it's like the whole thing with Destiny, with the Pixie and the President Sunday, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
She didn't want that put out, and then he did that without her consent. She didn't post the allegations, and then they talked about it. He just took all the information and then made a nuke out of it because he knew it would get him a lot of views and attention. That's not what I'm doing. I'm looking at what you fucking posted for like the whole world to see on the biggest social media website, and I'm talking about it. You didn't want me to talk about it. Don't fucking don't make like a whole twilonger. Like
they essentially give you the evidence, and then they complain when you talk about it.
Yeah, because there's two sides. How do I know who's the victim? How do I know that the person you're making on isn't the victim? I don't fucking know. All I have is your side. I'm just going to talk about both sides, and I'm going to figure it out. I'll tell you who the fucking victim is. Me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But but assuming that someone is the victim just because they say they are is naive. And that's why you end up with these situations where Red I Am Not will get unbanned because they didn't even think about it to begin with.
Guys, I can see your questions coming in. We will get to a point where you can ask technical questions. Yeah, I think there's been a couple. I'll just read them out. But the rest of you that are posting questions, if you want to jump in here in a whenever technicals is ready, I'll let you in. Just remember to be respectful. Don't do what that guy did where he came in here undressed. Don't appreciate that stuff.
That's wild. I'm glad you didn't get fucking nuked for that.
Yeah, I got very lucky. Managed to kite out before Twitch did anything about it. Bino, thank you for the 5 memberships, bro. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Bino. I want an apple with the $4.99. Thank you, bro. SpongeBob in the back, like Green Goblin Mosque.
It's my boy Apple. Thank you, Apple.
John Diaz, thank you for the $5. Are bans selectively enforced and according to what criteria? Player skill level, social, political views, group affiliation. I think that one's for you.
It's a mix. It's a mix. So, like I said, in Smash specifically, there's certain groups that are so entrenched in the culture and have been around for so long that they have their own clique. Let's say that someone in their clique did something wrong. They violated the code of conduct. They're going to get a lot more grace than someone that they don't like. So the code of conduct ends up being used as like a weapon against people that they don't like to remove them from the space. There also is the issue in FGC and gaming in general of the politicization of the communities. And it's almost like a one-party system. If you want to politicize a community, you need to have a bipartisan kind of system functioning because obviously that's reflective of the real world. If you have a one-party system, what happens if the regime flips and all of a sudden the people whose politics you don't like are in charge because of a few different changes? Let's say Mark Zuckerberg becomes the biggest sponsor of the FGC. He's giving like $1 million pop bonuses left and right. You're going to want to follow whatever the fuck that guy's saying because we're broke. Now all of a sudden it's not so fun anymore. It's not so fun making everything fucking political, but they don't have the foresight to think about whether that's going to change. They just assume that their politics are always going to be the most popular in the space, and whatever immediately vindicates or validates their own feelings and emotions, they're just going to roll with. So,
before we move on to the next super chat, just to piggyback off of that, just being somebody that operates in this scene with a large base, there's a lot of people that feel like people that are like more right-leaning are being ostracized from the scene. Do you think that's true? Is there any like validity in that?
Yeah, of course. I don't think a lot of people got into competitive gaming because they hate liberals. I think most people got into competitive gaming because they thought the game was fun, which is why it's so important for an escapist hobby like gaming to be apolitical. But now it almost feels like your opinion on January 6th, that's relevant to your top 8 Evo placing. Your opinion on vaccines, that's going to affect your entry, buddy. So you better be careful. What the fuck does that have to do with combo loops? What the fuck does that have to do with corner pressure? My opinion on January 6th and fucking COVID vac, like, that's actually dystopian if you think about it for more than 2 seconds.
100%. I'm very lucky that we don't deal with that here in the UK. So far, we haven't dealt with any of that.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
You don't deal with any of that in the UK?
Absolutely not. What we do have in the UK is we do have cliques, and we do have people that don't like you talking to certain people. That could even be true for this podcast. I know it was true for one of my other ones, but we don't really have
I'm
like.
gonna be nice to you, but my opinion on British people and their political system is not a favorable one.
I know, dude. Well, actually, we can't criticize the government here, so maybe we should.
Pump
yeah, don't worry. I probably agree with you. Right, let's see. Tom, thank you for the $10, bro. When things like this happen, I can understand why so many people silently leave the fighting game community and the Smash community. The double standards and hypocrisy is outstanding. Completely agree.
That's what fucked me over. I got permanently banned. I know they were just finding a reason to permanently ban me, but I joked about someone who had a lewd Patreon. Like, they had people making masturbation jokes about them in private.
Saw that.
And they were like, I'm fine with that. But then I do it because they don't like me, and it's like they can use it against me. They're like, oh, well, this really offended me. So
yeah,
you sell pictures of yourself for $1 for people to literally get off to. Like, if I make a fucking joke about it, you should understand it's a joke, and that's your job.
Wasn't that Esam's girlfriend?
It's his wife now.
Oh, damn. Shit. Okay, fair enough. But what I don't understand about that whole thing is...
our wife. Yeah, it's our wife now.
What I don't understand about that situation is that if she's putting her body online, she must know that guys are whacking off to her, right? That's the majority of people are going to subscribe to it.
You have to respect sex work. It is a respectable job, but if you joke about it, that's a problem. It's a very serious line of work. You can't joke about it. Very respectable work.
And she tried to say you were harassing her just because you made a joke.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It was ridiculous. Providing Dreams, thank you for the $5. Tech looking mad cute today. Can't wait for Marvel later.
Oh, that's another one of my members.
Shout out to Providing Dreams. Thank you very much. Hey, yo, Coffee Summer, thank you for the few dollars. If you think FGC is bad, Gacha Space is far worse.
If you know anything, guys, I have a tip line. I have a tip line in my Twitter bio. Tips for technicals. Not the kind of tips that you're probably thinking of. You can send me tips about different communities. I'll look into it if it's interesting. Don't send me your personal grievances. I'm not going to solve your fucking stupid ass dispute.
There's actually someone in here from the racing game community, like Gran Turismo and all those games, and they said that the racing game community.
I'm like a racist, some would say.
Yeah, well, I got called a Nazi the other day as well, so.
Fire.
Nazi in arms. But apparently the racing community makes the FGC stuff look like baby shit, so. I don't know. Maybe whoever that was telling me, send it over to Technicals.
I'm trying to get into gaming in general, so if you have a good story, send it my way. Preferably not a solved case. Those are boring.
Yeah. Calder TF2 $2 witty one-liner.
I'm assuming that's for me. Thank you.
Oh yeah, cheers, bro. Thank you. And Kazu, is the Dark Child really just Dark Kazu?
All of my Discord members are in here, just fucking bullshitting.
All right, we just had another one coming from the Manor Lord. Do you know this guy?
Yes. There are people making events that disagree with the ban culture. You should cover them. Technicals, Mana Summit just raised nearly $75 for banned players IRL event. What do you think? I know that there's the Mana community in Smash, but here's the problem. I mentioned that the problem was politicizing gaming in general. It's better to be apolitical. The problem with the Mana movement is that you guys hate, which I get, they are insufferable. These people making everything about their fucking politics are absolutely insufferable, and they are fucking over other people just for their opinions and going out of their way to find out what their opinions are so they can remove them from the community. But then you guys make your whole identity about hating those people and then your politics. The whole point is to get the politics out. You're not supposed to make like a counter movement of the other. Now we're just in a two-party system and both parties hate each other. That's not bipartisan. That's not going to work either. So that's part of the reason why I'm not very, like, it's good that you're raising money and doing your own thing. Make your own space if you get kicked out. That's absolutely what you should do. But what I would do is make an apolitical space, not beholden to either side, because they're both fucking insufferable.
Do you think it's real that we can realistically get back there? Just the FGC. Do you think there's a world that exists where that happens?
I think the problem is the corporatization of esports and the desperate attempt to get more sponsors. And they assume that if they do all these things for like different incentives and bonuses and whatever the corporations and sponsors want, then they'll get all that money just flowing in. Really, it's gonna be up to what the sponsor's code of conduct is, and if there's a shift there, you just gotta follow the money. These people are just following the money as desperately as they can, but I feel like they've gotten a little high on their own supply and are just abusing the system at this point.
Clayton, I did read your messages, bro. I wasn't ignoring them. We're just, we're not at the part where we're letting people on yet. But if you want to jump on, Clayton, to talk to technicals, you are more than welcome. He said he's happy to talk to people. So,
yeah, I'm open.
If you guys have any questions, if you just want to ask questions in the chat, that's completely fine as well. You don't have to come on camera if you don't want to.
No, come on camera, you fucking cowards.
Yeah, I would encourage you to come on camera to have the conversation. It's probably better to do that. If you got, are you okay to start answering questions from them now?
Yeah, did we exhaust all the questions that you had?
No, we didn't. But I've had like 16 messages come in of people saying I want to speak to technicals.
Fuck them. This is your show. Let them wait. Edge them. That's
right,
how you
guys,
get the real donos.
We'll get through the rest of my questions first, and then we'll let you on. Okay, so just be patient. I promise we won't close the stream until then.
Yeah, I got some time.
I wanted to ask you, so that global ban list, did the guy that was running it stop running it because there was so many players banned for doing crazy shit that...
No.
Okay,
he stopped running it because there was a case that was very difficult for him to handle that involved a recording of sexual abuse. And he got too involved. That's the problem, is sometimes you just need to look at a situation, back the fuck up, and be like, I'm going to let the law handle this. Because you don't know. A lot of these people assume that they know what the right answer is, and they should be sued more often than not for the kind of decisions that they're making. I feel like one of the responses that would get these people off their fucking high horse is to start throwing civil lawsuits at them. They're going to be making a lot less rash decisions if they have to deal with, having an attorney on retainer every time they make a dumbass decision and completely remove you from a space.
Mm-hmm.
That might be something that would be an effective movement, is frivolous civil lawsuits towards tournament organizers.
Well, is there a reason why they always jump to Twitter rather than going to the police when these sort of things happen?
Yeah, because they know they can debase the person that they're complaining about. They're not going to have like a following. They're not going to have a space in esports, and that's all they really want, is to just kind of alienate them from the space so they can be a part of it and just remove them. They don't actually trust the judicial system, and they don't actually want any kind of like criminal penalties. They just want to basically remove their social status.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does seem that way. So I wanted to ask you, because you've been going to Smash tournaments more than I have, and in the UK we don't really have Smash tournaments anymore.
Good.
Yeah, probably for the best. But when you used to go, were there a lot of children there unsupervised? Were there parents in attendance?
A lot of unsupervised children. It was like it was like a gold rush. It was golden age. But recently I've seen some places adopt a policy of, if you're 16 and under, you need parental supervision, which is good. I think we need to remove alcohol from these spaces. Like, these people should not be having these kind of parties at the hotels, because what ends up happening is they're not actually carding people at the door, and then you just have all these minors coming in, underage drinking happens, chaos ensues, and then you have allegations brewing like fucking 2-3 years later.
And what? So when I had James on here talking, because he's been in the FGC since it basically came about, he was saying that there's a lot of drug abuse at these tournaments, and he.
Yes.
Okay, so you've seen it as well.
Yeah. A lot of
How
drug
bad
abuse.
is it in the Smash and Strive scene?
It's like a fentanyl crisis.
Oh fuck.
We need to start deporting. We need to start deporting some of these some of
Fuck it
these
out.
attendants. Yeah,
So
no,
are they
they're
like?
real
Are
bad.
they? So he told me that there's a couple stories he told me that I can't say on here without his permission, but he did allude to the fact that there are like planned orgies at a lot of these events, or like there's planned that they'll go to hotel rooms and they'll just all start doing
Yeah,
drugs together.
I don't know about going to hotels to do drugs together. I definitely know. I've definitely heard my fair share of an orgy happening at an event or two. I imagine it's a lot like furry conventions, maybe to a lesser degree, but that sort of degeneracy is absolutely prevalent. I mean, I saw it like frame one looking into the Guilty Gear shit. I've never heard of meeting up to platonically cuddle. I think that shit's weird. Yeah, I think that's weird. I think
Yeah.
if you're polyamorous, it's just an excuse to be a degenerate as well.
This is gonna sound like a stupid question. Maybe you don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even ask it. But these people don't strike me as the most responsible people. So if what James was telling me of like the FGC Diddy parties essentially, I, do you know if have you ever had people come forward to you that people are not really wrapping up or people are just raw dogging everyone? Because I was told some stories about shit being spread around.
Mm, I haven't heard stuff like that. No, people usually don't come to me talking about their raw dog sex.
Yeah, yeah. No, I got a couple
Thankfully.
stories the other day, but obviously because of I can't say who it was, but they made it sound like there's a lot of freaky shit that is going on at these tournaments. And someone came forward to me about Frosty Faustings that there was a lot of stuff that went on there, which I think is the tournament that.
Well, yeah, that's the tournament where like fucking four different allegations happened in Guilty Gear. It's like I made the joke fondling Faustings. It seems
What were
like
the
they really.
allegations made at that one?
There was a groping allegation. There was the sexual assault allegation from Bunny. There was. I feel like there was another one. I feel like there was at least three. I can't remember. I was trying to forget that as quick as possible, if I'm being honest.
Is this the most recent one or just historically?
The one last year, some shit happened, and then that
Okay,
became the whole thing that blew up.
okay. And when these things happen, because they seem to be so widespread, is there no like blowback from sponsors with these tournament organizers? Do they not? Like, I don't understand how it's still happening and no one's doing anything.
Um, I don't know. That's more like back end conversations. I feel like the only way the sponsors will act is if they feel like they're in immediate threat of losing money. It has to be like a Twitch apocalypse, like what Ethan Klein did, where he points out all the sponsors like Chevron and Capcom. He's like, look at all these companies supporting this fucking terrorism. Look at that shit. Look at these sponsors next to this. So unless the association is made between the sponsor and the degeneracy, I don't think anything's really gonna happen.
That's a massive shame. It does. It feels like the FGC is like it's crashing in itself recently, especially like the conventional FGC. It feels like everyone's fighting because Trump's come into office, and there's all these allegations that are coming out. There's a lot of dogpiling and bullying, and I mean, sorry, my
USAID
screen
is
shot.
funding the FGC for DEI incentives, guys. Wake up! Wake up!
We got another super chat from Connor Wilson. Thank you for the $5. If I had it my way, permabans would be mainly implemented for those who are convicted of crime. Would you agree?
Another issue I find in the FGC and just gaming in general is a lack of redemption. There is no concept of redemption. It's almost like original sin. If you say something wrong, you are now that thing that you said for the rest of your life, and people will bring it. They'll be like, didn't you say this? It's like, yeah, bitch, but that was 5 years ago.
Mhm.
Clearly, I either grew or I might be a different person. Maybe not, but there's the chance that someone might not be that same exact person. These people have no concept of redemption. I personally would think that permaban should be conviction, but there is fringe cases where you're not going to get a conviction, but it's obvious that they did something that is irredeemable or is just wrong. Like on face, like the whole thing with Mikosi, that shit was pretty fucking obvious. You don't need a conviction to make a judgment call like that. Why am I so fucking cold? I'm gonna grab a jacket.
Yeah, go for it. Guys, if you've got more questions for technicals, you can send them in. We will open it up for people to jump on in about an hour because he's gone through quite a lot of the things that I wanted to ask him. I think I've got some more questions here. Yeah, you kind of covered a lot of them.
Oh my god.
Did you ever cover the Mr. Wizard situation with Eva?
No, there was just nothing there. It was just like one guy saying he basically admitted to it, but it was just like one guy saying that he was giving Chuck E. Cheese tokens to kids to jump into pools with their fucking pants off.
Yeah, I suppose
that's not literally. He was giving arcade tokens, but
yeah. No, fair enough. Epic Rooster, thank you for the $5. Ask Tech what his favorite flavor of the ice sparkling water is. Cheers.
It's the pink version of the Starburst ice. I've been fucking chugging these bitches.
So was Smash like the first game that you started playing competitively, or was there anything that you were dabbling in beforehand?
I'm not really an FGC player. It was just Smash. I was just playing Smash 4.
What games do you usually play, or what scenes have you like belonged to?
I play a lot of shooters. I play like
Okay.
Overwatch. I don't play Overwatch anymore since Rivals came out. I'm playing a lot of Rivals. I play Baldur's Gate, like Elden Ring. I recently was just playing Path of Exile 2 with my friends.
Have you ever considered doing investigations into those scenes? Has anything ever popped up with Overwatch or Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, there's been some stuff that popped off in Overwatch. I did cover Sinatra, who was an Overwatch Pro turned Valorant Pro. I covered that one case that he had. I do want to cover more stuff that's in like the shooter realm of gaming. I don't know if I'm not tapped in enough, but I really don't notice shit popping off in those communities, which is weird because the player base is a lot bigger, so you'd assume that there's way more shit happening. But a lot of the drama that pops off is just like inconsequential, stupid bullshit that I don't care about.
Well, I know I've got a lot of people that play Call of Duty that watch my stream. So if you guys know anything, what was your tip
Send
line
it
again?
my way. Tips for technicals at gmail.com. Send me your anonymous tip. You can also find it in my bio on Twitter and in the description of all my videos.
Yeah, I'll definitely because a couple of my friends are quite big in Call of Duty, so I'll definitely let them know. Tom, thank you for the $5. Original sin example can be summed up in one word: infiltration.
Infiltration kind of pissed me off because as I was in production of that video, he starts going yay on me. He goes like full Kanye, and I'm like, chill out for like stop. I paid like over $300 for that jail cell set. I'm not going back. I'm finishing the video, but I didn't want to talk about. You know, we all can't talk about it. I can't talk.
I know what you.
Those
Yeah,
people.
the boys.
But by that time, he was already permanently banned. So to me, it really didn't matter. Once they permanently ban you, there's really no coming back. So I think that's why he made the turn, and that's why he started being more like extreme on his social media. That's what people don't understand. They don't understand the social psychology of extremism. If you alienate someone from a specific group for your ideology, and they feel like it's because of their ideology, you are now being alienated from that community, that's gonna validate them even more in their beliefs. They're gonna feel like you're the bad guy, and they're gonna go full in on the other side because they're accepting them. That's now their crew. That's their group. You're not gonna ever redeem them. You're not gonna ever give them a chance to be a better person. So why wouldn't they go and do that? People always make the joke of, oh, he did this and now he's on a right-wing grift. What else do they have? What else do they have besides not being political or being right-wing? Because there's absolutely no redemption on the left. So what else do you expect them to do? They're just going to be extreme on the right at that point.
Yeah, if you kick somebody out of a pack, they join another pack. It's like all things in life. So
yeah, it's like tribal social psychology. These people are creating their own biggest ops. They're creating their own opposition, and then they have no foresight or introspection to realize that what they're doing is actually creating the stark opposite of what they are. Like the exact, it's two sides of the same fucking coin.
Yeah. I spoke to Infiltration the other day, and not to go over the whole conversation, but I do think he feels a little. Like, it came across like he feels a bit defeated, and he's just like he's done with this side of the FGC, and he's just going to do his own thing. So it does feel like he's been completely pushed out, and whatever that side is has taken him in, and he's going to start doing whatever they're doing.
Yep. It's that meme of pushing them across the line, and then being surprised when they're right wing. It's like
Yeah.
you're not gonna take him back. You need to show empathy. There's that one guy, I think his name's like Daryl Davidson or something like that. He would befriend KKK members and get them to hang up their robes.
Yeah, I saw him on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, that's what we need more of. We need like people who are like, how can you hate me? You don't even know me.
Mm-hmm.
Like the empathy, like trying to understand them on a human level and understanding why they feel wronged and what you can do to make them feel like, you know, that isn't the only way. But it seems like they're just fighting fire with fire, and they're like, well, these people hate me, so I'm going to hate them, and I also want all of them to die. Wow, you're really different from them. You're absolutely different from them. It's not
It happened to me like on a smaller scale. It was nothing like what that guy's doing with the KKK, but I had somebody on while I was playing Tekken to go over a situation of like apparently like he was being racist, so we wanted to talk to him, and because I spoke to him, that like sent some people into like overdrive, and they were so mad that I did that, and they blocked me on Twitter, and I was like, how am I supposed to understand where he's coming from or understand the situation unless I speak to him? Yeah. But it was the sort like they didn't really dogpile me because I don't really care about their opinions. But if I was somebody that cared that those names had blocked me, it would have. I guess it might have affected somebody and pushed them further that way.
You're making more of a positive change by trying to understand someone and maybe even like take them out of that rut that they're in, than these people who are just going to hate whoever doesn't think like them.
Yeah.
How is hating every person who doesn't think like you make you any different from the person that you're also hating? They also hate everyone who doesn't think like them. They hate people who don't look like them, who don't act like them. You're being just as intolerant and just as bigoted as those people. You're not even open to the idea that they're a human who has the capacity for growth and change. You're just stuck in your own fucking ways. And I don't know. It's just a war that never ends.
Do you ever get, because I get this name thrown at me all the time, I always get fence sitters levied against me. Do you ever get fence sitter?
A fence sitter?
A fence sitter.
No, but people do say that I defend like every single person I talk about, even though it's the whole thing with like humanizing them. If you humanize someone that's seen as irredeemable or seen as on the other camp, anything that you do after that point is now seen as a defense. When it's like, just because someone is seen as a bad person now doesn't justify lying about them in any capacity, in any and all capacities. Like, that's just wrong. Morally, that should be wrong. And I feel like people who have gotten themselves in that situation understand my work a lot more, and they come back with a newfound appreciation for trying to find the objective ends and the objective, like, resolution, rather than just choosing a side and being like, this is the safe side to be on, so I'm just going to call this guy a bad guy, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's especially your line of work. Like, if you're covering the facts, you have to be objective. So I don't really understand how they're putting you in that like pool, whatever they're doing. It's very, very strange. Isaac, thank you for the $5. Did COVID ruin the FGC, or was it giving everyone a platform to speak their nonsense takes?
I think COVID showed just really how bored everyone was. And that's the whole 2020, July 2020, that fucking hit the FGC. It hit gaming like a goddamn tsunami. Everyone's coming out with their shit. Everyone's bored. It was like a mass psychosis that hit the internet in general, where everyone was just kind of on the wave, and they were ready and willing to pick up the pitchforks. It's no different than the Salem trials, really. Once you hear pedophile, it's time to bring out the noose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, definitely. Hansel B, thank you for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. Goob, the $4.99. Hey Tech, what's your thoughts about Zero now after all these years, and how come you and Zero avoided Katie during the whole lawsuit?
No one avoided Katie during the lawsuit. Katie's fucking anonymous. No one even knows who Katie is, so it's impossible to actually go after a person you have no idea who they are. Zero right now, he's a personal fitness coach. He's actually turned his life completely around. He's focused on just fitness, getting his life together. His mental's a lot stronger now. He was in a pretty bad place when all the shit was going down, but now he's doing pretty good for himself. So, hey, I think that's a lot better than just ending his life. I feel like you should strive to be a better person, even if you do something wrong. I pointed out that he did something wrong in my coverage, so I don't know why everyone says that I didn't. I don't feel like they actually watched the video. But yeah, he's in a good place now. And the settlement with Jisoo clearly was fucking lying about some of the shit and used all of the other people's situations as a way to get back at Sky Williams and Zero, even though Zero didn't really do anything to her. So yeah, I don't know. Dude's in a good place now.
I think people are very selective hearing, because I watched your coverage of Zero, and I don't understand how people misconstrued what was being said. But I guess it's
because
the
it's
internet.
because of the commentary community. I pissed them off, so then they were like, "All right, let's fuck with this guy." But then I made the double standard video, and they were pissed off because it was funny in a good video.
Yeah, I did watch your commentary videos. The thumbnail of Ethan Klein, right?
Yeah, that was like a bait thumbnail.
Yeah. All right, guys. If you want to start sending me DMs to jump in, I have got a couple from you guys already that you want to come on and talk to technicals. Remember the rules. I have a button on here that will just shut you down if you start doing silly shit. So
You better
please
rest
don't do any
your
of that.
finger on that button. Rest your
Yeah.
finger.
Oh, I had to the other day. Some guy came in here and I was very, very sure he was going to do something, but he didn't. I'll start sending the links out now, guys. Like last time, there were a lot of people waiting. So if you can't get into the room, don't spam me. I will let you in eventually. I'm going to give everyone 6 minutes to talk like we do usually, just so technicals ain't here all night. I'm sure he's got shit to do as well. So 6 minutes. Try to not go over that.
Yeah,
Right, we
work
got
on the next video. The next video is actually about basically what we just talked about, but
Oh,
more funny. I'm gonna do like skits and shit.
Okay, nice. And when can we expect that to come up?
I'm gonna try to get it done in like 5 days or so because I have to do another video. I'm gonna do a video about ESAM because it's funny. This month I'm just kind of like chilling. Just because last month I did 2 back-to-back investigations and that was killing me. I was staying up really late editing all that.
Thank you for the $5, Epic Rooster. Happy birthday, technicals. Is it your birthday today?
Not my birthday. My birthday's in like 7 months. But thank you, Rooster. That's
well,
one of
thanks
my
for the Oh, cheers, bro. Appreciate it. Just before I bring the first caller in, do you do this full time, or do you have like a job on the side, or do you have aspirations for your YouTube channel, or do you just kind of take it as it comes?
Well, I work with CoffeeZilla, so his standard is kind of like my golden standard, which is why I'm trying to really lean into renting more sets and shit like that to elevate the space, elevate the production value.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I get a house in Texas, I think that's what we're gonna do next. I want to have like an actual studio set up, maybe get a green room, shit like that, so I can have higher production value. But yes, this is my full time grifting job. I grift full time. I love grifting. It's what I was made to do. It's what I was born to do. So yeah.
Did you say that you work with CoffeeZilla?
Yeah, I'm the voice of the robot on the CoffeeZilla channel.
Oh, so nice.
He really sets kind of the bar for me, and I'm trying to reach that bar. But my editing is not he has a team that he pays. I don't really have the funds for that. So the sponsors really do help with trying to get more sets, and then maybe eventually get like more people on the team.
Mm-hmm. Do you plan to like move into content similar to his, where he's covering crypto scams? And...
Fuck no, I hate finance. That shit's boring. It pays out the best RPM wise, but I do like covering some of the frauds and scams as far as like gaming, like with some of the products and stuff that they sell. I covered that one chick in Smash who was defrauding people from their custom controllers. So I want to look into a few more things like that.
Oh, nice. All right, cool. I'll quickly read out the last super chat, and then we'll bring in the next person. If any of your super chats come in, guys, then we'll do it in between every caller, okay? So I'm not ignoring them, just so you know. Atfo Crafter, when can we expect Gucci Rat 3?
I'll do that at like 200K subs.
Nice. There you go. All right. So the first caller is DFF. DFF, can you hear us, bro?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you,
What's
bro.
up?
All right.
What's up,
Got
bro?
6 minutes. Go for it, bro.
All right, so the other day I was reached out to by people that were kind of gate kept from their own community in FGC. And when they approached me, they asked, "Hey, can we get your opinion how to kind of start something because we put so much money into this?" And I pretty much asked what situation was, and a lot of it was that the Reddit blocked them as far as the group on Reddit. Discord servers aren't letting them in. But so immediately within 2 minutes, the actual parent company of this game, their CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, I gave them their direct line so that it could be sorted out. Um, so, with all that being said, with the gatekeeping that it seems FGC is going through, when will they realize that there's people like me exist that can kind of overstep these little online group bannings when you can get direct lines to the companies themselves?
That's actually smart. That is a good step. Is trying to reach out to those companies. If you do have a line like that, I'd say abuse it. I jokingly brought up the whole thing with civil lawsuits for shit like this because it does affect some people's income. Let's say that they make most of their money off of sponsorships and placing at tournaments. You could sue someone for literally anything. I feel like if these TOs and organizers got sued a lot more for their decisions, they wouldn't be as rash with trying to gatekeep based off of their own social clicks. Because now it's costing them money. I feel like money talks. Once it starts costing them money, sponsorship wise, once they realize that you can overstep their authority with the parent company, like what you did, which is really nice of you to go out of your way and do that, they're going to realize that they're also a pawn in this game that we call the FGC. It's a community, and they don't fucking run it. The passion that everyone has for the game should run it, and that's how it was, and that's how it should be as far as a community.
And do you think we're going to be seeing more of this happening where people that have the drive to do things that are kind of being blocked, that there'll be some sort of uprising, even if it's only online versus offline, things of that nature?
Revolution. We need an FGC January 6th. Where we where yeah, socially there's already the pendulum swinging as far as who's in power, who's in the office. Like if you think about it, they try to alienate and exile Trump. They took him off the biggest social media websites. What did he do? He made his own. Then that inspired Elon Musk to literally buy the biggest social media website, reinstate his account. Now who the fuck is the president of the United States? Like, it doesn't work. You can't just exile people and put them in a different space. They don't stop existing. They didn't. Their ideas magically didn't stop. They didn't stop existing. They're still in the space. So I feel like we're gonna see a lot more of that. But it might take a little bit longer to develop in the esports scene just because of how many of these people are in power. But as soon as their interests start shifting and they need the money from all these sponsors who are going to start leaning towards different policies, we might see a change coming soon.
Interesting. Last question. What advice would you give those that are trying to do their own thing, but they're getting blocked in their own way?
They're getting like blackballed by the community.
More like gatekeeping, as far as those that have a foundation themselves that are unwilling to see any competition coming against them.
Like running an event.
Yeah.
That you kind of have to, like Mana Monthly was in here earlier. You kind of have to base it off of community funding and like community support and then rally your own base. Like, my content works because my audience doesn't give a shit about what these people that will gatekeep think. These are all the people who are fed up with that kind of behavior. You need to find more people like that, appeal to them, and give them a space where they can just enjoy the game instead of having to worry about all these different issues and being forced into these kind of scenarios. And the love for the game will truly shine through, and I feel like you'll kind of sense that in how they respond and their appreciation, their input, the funding that will come your way, hopefully. And just don't make like a shift into any kind of I feel like if you get too politically extreme, you're going to also alienate sponsors and then fuck yourself over from funding in the future. Seems like a bad idea.
Awesome. That's all my questions, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on, and doors always open if you guys need any company contacts.
All right. Thank you, bro.
Appreciate that,
Appreciate
bro.
your
Thank
input.
you. I wanted to ask you just before we get the next guest in. Do people like, because of your content, I imagine because of the kinds of people you've gone after, they've kind of lumped you in with people that might be right wing? You know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but do you get that a lot, that you're a right winger?
Yeah, I get that as a criticism a lot. It's like, oh, he's got right-wing dog whistles, he's alt-right. And it's like, even if that were the case, nothing I said in the video is political. You're literally projecting your own politics. It's because these people are fucking miserable and they're insufferable. They have to throw their politics into everything. If they don't like me, it has to be because it's right-wing and it's like a right-wing political talking point or whatever. Not because they disagree with the point that's being made, but because I fit into a specific group that they can then lump in and be like, oh, well, I don't like him because he's right-wing, and I don't like right-wing because they're transphobic, they're all this other stuff, they're this, and that. It's just the tribalist mentality of groupthink, where they're like, okay, he fits into a specific box, and now I can validate my hatred. It's a lot easier than actually combating anything that I said.
Yeah, of course, deflection tactics. All right, cool. We got the next caller, Papa C. Bring him in now. Papa C, can you hear us? How you doing, man?
I thought he was about to flash.
Yeah.
bro I thought I was on Omegle for a second. What's up, bro?
Not much. So, Tech, a lot of the big thing I see, I'm not too loud, am I?
No, you're
all right.
Yeah, I'm going to try and push my computer back a little. A lot of the thing I see is that they're so quick to rush out a response instead of actually like figuring out why something's happening. Like they're not going to investigate it at all. They'll just look at it for face value, especially with like all these like SA cases and all that. They'll just look at it, see it twit longer, and they'll rush a response instead of actually like looking for the validity in it, you know?
Yeah, these people aren't capable of making those kind of case judgments, and a lot of them will rush out statements of apology. They're like, I'm sorry this happened to you, blah, 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 and then they'll rush out a statement and then end up shooting themselves in the foot because they already took a side. But they're of the belief that if you take the side of someone who's a potential victim, it's better than taking the side of someone who's a potential abuser, which I think is a stupid way to think of it. You have no idea what's going on here. Why would you take any side? That's just dumb. You're literally a third-party observer. You should wait until you actually understand what's going on to involve yourself. And that's why the global ban database got taken down in Smash, because he had no idea what was going on in some of these cases, yet he would get overly involved, overly invested, and now he's shot himself in the foot because he fucked up the situation when you could just wait to see what's going on and just kind of take a... That's what we used to do. We used to take a step back and just wait to see what fucking happens. Maybe throw in a suspension, or maybe just not get involved at all. You probably want to throw out a suspension nowadays, but just wait.
Like, just to, like, in the off chance that, like, they're actually, like, a pedo or something, you just, like, don't allow them more access to potential victims and stuff.
Give them a time to investigate. That's what I liked about Panda Global's investigation into infiltration. They suspended him from certain events, but then they had like a full team investigation into what was going on, and then came out with their summary, which was fairly objective. There might have been a little bit of corporate spin to it, but they tried. They at least tried to look into it. Some of these people don't even give a shit.
Yeah, and like I actually researched into some of the Deshaun Watson stuff for like a school project.
Mhm.
And the NFL, like they do the same thing too. So clearly they're more along the side of let's actually make sure someone's a piece of garbage before we out them.
Yeah.
Because like they actually investigated before giving Deshaun Watson his 11-game suspension.
False allegations aren't a victimless crime. I don't know why people assume that. Like, people will actually just end themselves over shit like this. It's not, and the PTSD that results from like thousands of people dogpiling you, all saying you're like the worst types of things. It's not a victimless crime.
Yeah, and I think another thing is the amount of like threats in these communities. Because like James SMK, he has like a whole thread. Him and Mech each have a whole thread where they just let you reply with threats you've received.
Yeah. I don't think that's okay. I don't think just because you've been ousted from a community that any, like, you're what is it? Ontologically evil? Whatever fucking phrase that they use. Because you've been deemed a bad person, now they can say anything about you because, you know, it's just morally justified.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
that.
and
I've
I've personally experienced that with like the Pokemon community myself. So now all of a sudden, like there's like a YouTuber named For the Win. Like people were making comments about my weight, and then they find out, oh, this guy's a Trump supporter. And then all these YouTubers that said, hey, this isn't cool. Now they're all of a sudden greenlighting it.
Yeah, because you support Trump.
Yes.
I mean,
and I actually wore a
of
MAGA hat
America.
to a regional championship too.
Yeah, a majority of America supports Trump. That's why, you know, the left lost at the ballot box. But like these people don't introspect. They don't realize that maybe your ideas aren't the most popular in your own fucking country. Maybe you should stop being insufferable and alienating all these people from spaces just because they have a different opinion than you. Maybe you should reach across the aisle and try to understand why so many people disagree with you instead of just being an asshole and an elitist about it.
Yeah, well, that's all I want to say. Good talking with you, Tech. I'll just be around on X. You can find me at @PapaC_your-daddy. And I'll see you later.
All right, later, bro.
I do find it funny that even someone was asking me a question because we pay attention to what goes on over in America, and my family some of my family live in Texas, and we were all like, I'm not gonna really sit here and say that I like Trump, but from where I was sitting, it looked like everyone hated Kamala. So I was like, it seemed like the obvious choice to just not vote for her, but that's all I said. I didn't say who I'd vote for. I just said it seems like the obvious choice, and I got called Nazi or Nazi adjacent. Or,
really?
Yeah. If you ever come over here, watch yourself. I was like,
well, I know as a content creator that Trump has personally been censored by these big companies, and it's obvious that these companies have a political lean and that they're promoting all the stuff from Democrats and shit like that. These guys are in power, but they act like victims all the time. Your ideology is all across, it's sweeping the fucking United States, yet they act like they're the marginalized group. It's ridiculous. It's the constant victim complex is fucking insufferable. So I thought it was cool that Trump won because he realized that all the same problems that I have as far as like censorship online and shit. Like I keep getting hit with hate speech. I can't even say the N-word. I'm kind of black. I can't even say the fucking N-word because all this stupid hate speech stuff that keeps rolling out. These people love censorship. They just want to give the government more censorship. Censor all the people I don't like. What's going to happen when the people you don't like are in charge of the censorship? They don't like that Elon controls X now. They don't think about that. They just give away all their civil liberties because, you know, it supports whatever fucking shit that they believe in the moment. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I have avoided, like, I mean, I don't really say it anyway, but I'm half black, but saying the N-word on YouTube as like someone that's half black, I've seen the consequences of it, so probably not the best idea.
Well, I love saying the N-word. I just love saying it.
I've seen your banner with your pass.
And I just can't. I can't say the N-word.
The next person's trying to get in, but
so that's why Trump is awesome, because saying the N-word should be a civil liberty.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people saying that. Oh, there he goes, coming. I'll add you in just a sec, bro. I've seen a lot of people saying that since Elon's taken over X, it's become like the Wild West. What do you think about Elon taking over X versus what it was before?
Well, before you couldn't even say certain words. If you said certain words, you would get instantly flagged, or someone could just target report you and then get your account taken down. Now it's more like you can't tell people to off themselves, which is like, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Or like inciting violence. Sure, there's more of a political lean towards the right, obviously. Elon's promoting the engagement of his own tweets, obviously. But there is objectively more freedom than there was in the past. And I think that's awesome. I think that's nice. I think people should be able to say what they want. And if they're saying something stupid, just call them out for saying you battle them in you battle their ideas. You don't fucking throw them off, because if you're throwing them off of the public square, they're just going to go somewhere else and get more radicalized and do all their insane shit together in an echo chamber with no pushback. And that's going to radicalize people far quicker than having their shit called out constantly.
Yeah, I saw that actually. They were covering like incel culture, like actual incels, and they were saying that they're all off in a little corner on the internet, talking about what they're going to do to women. And I was saying to my friend, I don't think there's any point in banning them, because we can see them. We can actually see them on X and identify them. But if you get rid of them, they're all going to go somewhere and start planning. And then obviously, you hear about shooting every other week in America.
At least they have the time to retrospect and see other ideas if they're in a public square. If they're off in a corner of the internet where all they do is talk about that one thing, they're just validated constantly over and over and over again. And they're not even forced to think a different way. They'll just keep on trucking.
100%. Saul Fontes, can you hear us? Hello?
Hello?
Maybe his mic is a bit messed up.
You're live with Mike Hollow.
Can you hear me? Got to sort your mic out before you jump in here, guys. Big L. We'll bring him back in a sec. Who's next in here? All right, we'll give it a second. Do you ever have? Because I know there was a point where like you were ranked in like the top 10 for Smash players in like Vegas or something. Do you Do you still go out to compete, or do you have like aspirations to still be a top player?
Fuck no. I would not be allowed at any major, more than likely. Well, there'd probably be some TOs that would allow me, but it would cause such a ruckus that it wouldn't be worth the effort. What I absolutely would do is commentate an event if they invited me, because I think that would be funny as shit.
That would be hilarious.
I used to be a commentator. Before I was a YouTuber, I was a Smash commentator, so I think I would be pretty good at commentary. I'd be better than Darmgar. That would be a fact. Mm-hmm. You give me 5 minutes on the mic. I'll show you some fucking commentary.
Does Smash still have a thriving scene now that Nintendo doesn't support it?
It's like a limping scene. These people are they'll try to find any sponsor they can. I think they lost the Coinbase sponsorship because of the new regulations and then all the licenseship restrictions. It doesn't really feel like there's the biggest copium or hopium is that there's going to be another Smash game, and that's the only thing that's going to infuse a lot more attention and money into the Smash community. But I feel like Nintendo is pretty exhausted on dealing with these people after being burned time and time again.
It is the highest selling single fighting game though, like just I think the latest one. So do you think there's no chance it will come back? Because I was under the impression they'll bring it back.
Well, right now it's in a poor state. It's in a very poor state as far as the meta, with like people constantly complaining about Steve. They're not going to ban Steve. There's less and less money. There's majors shutting down every other year, every other month. Less opportunities. So I don't know. I really feel like the only hope is for another Smash game to come out, because then you get all the speculation content that's going to grow viewership of what characters are going to drop, what characters are going to be included, and then you have possible Nintendo promotion for their new game.
God, that sounds like a whole new wave of content for you. I don't think these guys will be able to help themselves.
Yes.
All right, let's see if can you hear us now, bro?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, sorry, I didn't know my mic was like not set up to where the mic was. I didn't realize I had to switch it in the settings. This is my first time using this shit, so
No, it's
my
so
bad.
good, man. You got 6 minutes, bro. Go for it.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering. I know you said everything should be apolitical, right? Tacticals. Did I hear you right on that statement?
I think being apolitical is better for growth and better for longevity of a community.
I mean, I completely agree. So, do you think if people should like tournaments should start banning like people with like how they have the team names as like trans right or something like that, or like vote Trump? Like, do you think that should be banned? Or
as far as Smash, we've actually already seen that happen with Nintendo. Like, they would ban the political stages, the custom stages that people would make with like the trans flags and stuff like that. They have a stance of like no like I think if we take the stance of just leave the fucking politics at the door, let's just enjoy the game, you would have more fun overall. I feel like when they bring the social issues of like the world stage into the gaming, it just creates more problems overall. And that's just a fact. Like, it's going to create problems in the Twitch chat. The Twitch chat is going to be toxic regardless. But it's going to be way more fucking toxic if you have political messaging like every other match, right? So I think for the health of everyone, so they can just chill and play the game, just removing political messaging entirely would just be a better play.
I mean, I completely agree. Like, I've been saying this for a long-ass time, so... Like, I was just curious on what your stance was. If should that be like a bannable offense or something like that, or
No,
would you just
I don't think it would be bannable. I think it would be like a hard suggestion. It'd be like, take this off. Like how the TO comes pulls you to the side and be like, yo, take this off. Warning. It would be more like a warning type situation.
All right, thank you, bro. That's all I had to ask.
Okay, dope.
No worries, bro. Thanks for jumping on. All right.
Yeah, even if it's like something where it's like, oh, this is a good thing to promote, you're anti this, you're still bringing that kind of toxic, argumentative environment into a space that's supposed to be about celebrating and competing in a game that you love. Has nothing to do with like all that other shit.
Do you think that the players that have been ostracized by the conventional FGC, and I guess they're more right-wing, do you think that they should step away from constantly talking about Trump or about their politics and just focus on the player like pressing buttons and try to prove a point that way?
Yeah, I used to say this a lot when I was coming up, because I'd see Smash players talk about politics all the time, like ESAM. It's like, dude, why are you talking about politics when you're known as like the Pikachu player? I don't go to the fucking Pikachu player to learn who I should vote for. Like, your political opinion is worth nothing to me. If you're not a political content creator and you actually gain nothing by talking about politics, why the fuck are you even doing it? It's just a waste of time. Only reason I'm talking about politics here is because I've been forced into this scenario where politics is somehow related to what character you like in Street Fighter or fucking Smash Bros, which is it's stupid.
Yeah, I actually got a comment from somebody saying that. So basically, I like kind of like playing boss characters, and they somehow made the connection to me being right wing, and I was like, I didn't understand what they were getting at, but they were like, you like people that have a lot of power, and I was like, I just like the guy with the big sword.
Now all of a sudden you're a fascist.
Yeah, that everything gets thrown at me. This guy said I'm fresh and fit, brain rotted. I was like. Because I'm playing Shao Kahn. This seems like a bit of a stretch, but
these are people who spend all day thinking about politics, so they need you to be as miserable as they are by making every single thing you do have to relate to politics. It's fucking annoying.
John Diaz, thank you for the $5. How do you feel about all the Saudi money coming into the esports scene? Do the same people who ostracize and make moral judgments take issue with it?
It depends. It depends how poor you are. Some people are willing to make those kind of concessions for the money, because the Saudi money is obviously really good, but there was that whole debate about how Saudis deal with LGBTQ issues. So it really just depends how much you need the money. I haven't like watched a lot of Saudi like tournaments and shit, but it's the country itself that would have the I don't think they really make it about their politics, do they? I don't assume they do. I think it's more an issue with the culture of the country that's hosting the tournament rather than the money itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, when that issue originally popped up with, I believe it was Tekken, there was a lot of people in the LGBT community that was saying that we shouldn't be going over there because of their views on us,
It was
and a
like
lot
that
of players,
and King of Fighters, right?
yeah, because Fatal Fury is going to basically be funded by the Saudis, and I
Yeah.
was saying to somebody, listen, like I understand what you're saying, but if someone's paying me like hundreds of thousands of pounds to play a video game, I've got a mum, I've got a dad, I've got brothers and sisters. I'm sorry.
This isn't like who's the guy? MK Tom Brady? Aren't you gonna have him
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
It's not profitable. It is not profitable, especially with Panda Global gone. Let's totally forget that Smash players are totally responsible for that. It's not profitable to be an FGC player. So you can make all these like moral concessions, and be like, no, I'm not doing this because, you know, X, X, and X, which is fine. But I think if people don't agree with you, that's not like a judgment of their character. It's more, there's no fucking money in this game, so I'm going to go where the money is.
Exactly, yeah. It's just a business decision. It's nothing personal.
Yeah.
Connor Wilson, Esam, shut up and just say Pikachu's busted.
Thank you, Connor. Connor,
Thank you for the $5. Shout outs to Connor. All right, next person we got is Nexus. I'm gonna bring him in now. Yo, bro, can you hear us?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's a very ominous angle.
Yeah, I'm at work van right now, so I'm not driving. So you see my hands is right here.
Hands up.
Yeah.
Fire.
Hold on, don't lie. So yeah, how y'all doing?
What's up, bro?
So yeah, I have a couple of questions, and I'm just gonna take my leave. And okay, first one, so what's your current stand with low tier God and everything? Because I kind of remember that you two kind of had a little fling, and then y'all made up. And so like, what is your current stance with him now, since he's kind of like banned off of Twitch and doing his own thing now?
Wait,
So
where's he streaming now? He got banned off Twitch? Or was
Yeah,
it like
like-
a...
It's recent.
Yeah, it's very recent. Like he got banned off with Twitch. I forgot which streaming platform. I assume it's Kick or Rumble. I think it's Kick.
Really? I saw some of the stuff going around about him, but I really didn't look into it. I'm gonna be honest. Like, some people were saying that he had like a kid that he was ignoring and like a bunch of debt and shit like that. And then they brought up the whole thing with his old girlfriend being like 17 before.
Yeah, those are really wild accusations. Like he has a kid now, and then he has like
I don't know
hundreds of
how.
thousands of debt type of thing. It's really weird and wild.
I'd have to look into it. I don't know how they found his birth certificate and all that other shit, because the way I look at it, the LTG, a lot of those videos that the hate videos have been getting a lot of attention recently just because of how insane the titles are. Like Low Tier God talks about this and that, like a Twitch ban won't send him back to low income housing. Like those funny titles just shitting on him.
Yeah,
So his haters will say some insane shit. I'd need to go through and like fact check all of it, but right now I'm just at a neutral point where I'm just kind of like stepped away from it because I'm looking into other shit. I have no idea what he's doing recently. I don't have like a recent opinion on Low Tier God.
Yeah, I don't blame you now. It's just so wild to be like around the LTG trolls verse, because everything that's been said about him has just been exacerbated to the point where it's like, do you really believe half of the things there are? It's just wild.
Yeah, the claims that they're making seem like, I don't think he's adequately responded to some of those claims either, like in any sort of depth, because I was kind of waiting to see if he'd have like a real sit down. But you know, he does the LTG fashion where he just roasts them and kind of moves on. So it's difficult.
He's gonna obviously like try to obfuscate every like sort of claims and accusations, and then he's gonna try to like roast them and do the usual suspects of like, yeah, their dick small or anything like that.
Yeah. Maybe I'll look into it in the future. But the reason I had that kind of there was that little spurt where we kind of made up and I was cool with Low Tier God. I never really hated Low Tier God. I just knew he was like a narcissistic like dickhead. But he's funny. He is funny when he rages and shit. I always thought he was funny, but I made the video
that's
on
my
him.
take on him too.
Yeah, I made the video on him because I knew he'd respond, and I was kind of a small creator. So
Yeah, that's coming from a former mob, by the way.
yeah.
So yeah, and the second question. Oh, wait, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was gonna ask what your next question was.
Yeah. So I recently heard you well, it's about like years and years ago about like your stances with the commentary community, like because I remember you hung around with like Augie and Nicholas Diorio and all those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you had like a falling out between them, but yeah, I want to know what your current standing on them now.
I'm kind of neutral with Augie. Augie apologized for a lot of it after all that shit was wrapping up. My biggest issue was John Swan was just kind of lying about a bunch of shit, and he literally, I've talked to this guy multiple times. I've known him for like years, and he could have asked me specific questions, but instead he went behind my back and then made like this big video hit piece where he kind of takes a bunch of loose information and then he makes it like some kind of salacious story where it's like, oh my god, Technicals does this with minus, and I'm like, what the fuck? First off, he didn't talk to any person involved in that story whatsoever. He didn't ask me, didn't ask anyone involved. He just found something online and then posted it in a way that was the most sensational to kind of fuck with me, because he was trying to get back in the good graces of commentary. Because you could see
Yeah,
all of them were like, yo, they're like, John Swan's going to drop a nuke, and then they all cover it, and it's like, well, he didn't even do his due diligence here. He just did it because he wanted to try to fuck me over.
Yeah, we already know how that turned out.
Yeah, he's a habitual fucking liar is the problem. He didn't do his due diligence because he knew if he did, it wouldn't sound as good. It wouldn't be a good story. And then he ended up lying about another situation and trying to get a 15-year-old to make a Google Doc for some reason, and then changing her story. It was really
Yep.
As far as Nicholas Diorio, he's been dodging a debate with me forever. I'm like his biggest op. I'm his boogeyman.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember your tweet that you made about I forgot what was it about. It was like shit, it was like sort of drama that you kind of want to chime in and be like this I forgot what it is. I'm not trying to like speak out of line, but it was some sort of drama.
Yeah, it was the Zaptai Zero debate. It would just go back and forth and back and forth, and he would be like, it basically ended off with him posting some kind of document response to me, because God forbid the fucking kingpin of commentary sit on a call like he does with everyone else. He just he blocks everyone, by the way, too. He made like some documentary response, admitted that I was correct, and said that some correction about the Zaptai coverage would come out. That never happened. And then refused to debate me unless I admitted that he was correct beforehand. It was stupid. He's fucking intellectually dishonest, and I don't know. He's also fat, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, call me the Euro man for sure.
All right, bro. That's 6 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
No worries, man. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, we'll just get to these super chats. What did I miss? Oh, okay. Wolf Spain, thank you for the 199. Which Smash players do you want unbanned?
Which ones do I want unbanned? I don't think Anti should be banned. I covered him a long time ago. I interviewed him. He got catfished on Tinder, and that's why he got banned. And then some other chicks came out with allegations that were completely baseless against him. But he's doing his own thing, so I don't think... Most of the people who got banned don't even really want to come back. So, I mean, that's up to them. They got treated like shit by all their peers, so it makes sense. Who else?
Whatever happened to Mewtwo King?
Mewtwo King's fine. He's just doing his own thing. He's just more focused on content than competing, it seems like.
Yeah, I watched his story, like when he basically exposed everything that was going on and all the like how they misrepresented him. That was the one time I felt really bad for someone, because they really dragged his name through the mud.
Yeah, and Leffen was a part of it, and then he apologized to him in private, and I'm like, dude, you publicly were forcing this guy to address baseless accusations in a very in a very hectic time in esports, and then act like you had nothing to do with it. It's like, oh, I feel so bad for you, bro. You could have just talked to him on the back end. You didn't have to force your audience to like harass him to respond to this shit.
Just before we get the next person in here, I don't think he's in here anymore, but Clayton Chapman was in here. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I've gotten multiple requests to talk about his shit.
Okay.
Time and time again.
Okay, no problem. I was just checking to see if you knew. I saw his question come out several times, but I'm sure you got it covered. All right, we'll get Kazu in here. Kazu, can you hear us?
God damn it.
Yo, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh my
guess
god,
technically.
Technicals, huge fan.
Shut the
Huge
what
fan, man, huge fan. For my first question is, do you think the Dark Child is actually just Dark Kazu? I need to know.
Yeah. Behold
Okay,
Dark
alright.
Kazu.
Behold Dark Kazu. Okay, that's awesome. I love to hear that. My second question is, you mentioned you were in the Overwatch and like Rivals community. Do you ever think you're gonna do like a deep dive into those communities?
At some point, if there's anything to deep dive, I don't want to just, fuck with the communities for no reason.
I see. All right, well, those are my two questions, man. Thank you very much. I love you, Mr. Technicals. I'm a huge fan. Lots of love. Thank you, guys.
Get the fuck out of here, Kazu.
I guess that's someone you know.
That's one of my mods. What the fuck he's doing here?
All right, we'll get the next guy in. Durpin, how you doing?
Hi, Barack Obama.
What's up,
Yeah.
Durpin?
Howdy. Okay, so I actually did have a question, as opposed, a real question. Would you support age group separation in Smash for like tournaments and stuff? Because on Pokemon VGC, they've got juniors, which is 12 and under, seniors 13 to 15, and then Master, which is 16 and up. They actually have.
The problem is that unless you have like unless you hire like border control, like nothing's gonna stop a Smasher from getting like what they want. Right? No, but I do think that is an interesting idea to float, and it might actually promote further engagement with the community with these younger audiences, because a lot of people are hesitant to bring their kids to a Smash tournament for obvious reasons. If the VGC is doing that might be a way you can look at that and implement their own strategy, because it's very grassroots in Smash and there's no structure. I like that.
Yeah, that was my only question. But yeah, I looked it up like just now because I knew they had the age divisions, but like it just makes sense. You keep younger kids away. They got their own thing going on.
That would be interesting. Would they not be allowed to go into the other brackets? The other age?
Yeah, no, they're completely separate. Like it's its own thing. So there's a trophy
Right.
for each division.
I think that would show a more serious stance on the kind of shit that we've seen come out of Smash if they were to make that kind of move. But I think it might be less profitable, so they might not do that, or it might just be more work to organize all that shit on their own because they're not as connected with the parent company like VGC is. But obviously Nintendo takes that very seriously. Smash doesn't. Ergo, no Nintendo cooperation.
It all comes back to the Smash community screwing themselves over and over again.
Yep. If they showed like some serious incentives to try to actually work with Nintendo and, go within their guidelines, then maybe we'll see something. Who knows?
Okie dokie. Well, that's it for me.
That was a great question.
Cheers, bro. Thank you for jumping on.
Yep, no problem.
Take care. All right. Got quite. You still good on time?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
You can go as long as you're not tired.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Let's see.
Donos, bro. I got you.
All right, Red Coffee Mug, you're up next.
Hey guys, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Quick question. So would you guys, or technical specifically, be more okay if tournament organizers would just not respond to these allegations as long as not in their own venue, as to say, like if there are people on Twitter talking about somebody groped me at this party, or somebody has these beliefs, that they just not respond to these allegations at all, as long as not specifically at their event, as to say?
Well, I think they should bide their time for some kind of result. Let's say that their event isn't coming up at all. Like, if it's very apparent that that player is going to be at their tournament, like, let's say the next week or the next month, it might be more relevant for them to make a stance or a statement. It's going to be expected of them from the community. You need at least a certain amount of time to investigate those claims and see what the step forward is going to be before you put your liability on the line, because obviously they have sponsorships and they have different previous agreements and shit. You don't want to step on any of those, because even the sponsors will come out and be like, if you let this person at your event, we will pull your contract. So they have to make some kind of decision,
Hmm.
but that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a guilty or innocent judgment.
Hmm.
They don't have to make like a moral judgment of the situation, but they do have to make a financial decision because shit is riding on the line for them as well.
Because, like, for example, with infiltration, he had allegations of, I don't know, beating his wife or something.
Yeah,
domestic violence. But is that not something like would better if we would just waited for the police to give their statement on it than all these random tournament organizers trying to do their own little investigations on it?
Yeah, that situation was interesting. It took longer because it was in Korean and they didn't know how to navigate the Korean judicial system. But the domestic violence case was solved within like a month. So they already had like the verdict and everything because he pled guilty. According to him, because he thought it would just get it resolved quicker and be expunged from his record. But the minor fine and the transcript and all the shit that I covered indicated that it probably wasn't as bad as what the leaker was saying. I think the leaker was just taking bits of information and kind of exaggerating it to a point of sensationalism, which is a problem for that to be taken more seriously than the police reports and the verdict.
All right. Another quick question. So I agree with the idea that at events and or bigger events and tournaments, it should just be about playing the game and being competitive. But with stuff like local meetups, would you be okay with people like at our local meetup, we rather just have a night for women only?
At our meetup, we have liberals only. Sorry, conservatards, you can't come.
Yeah, but I heard stories about women.
Having a women's night is fine. That's completely fine. But like, if you have a liberals night, I probably don't want to go anyways because you probably seem like a really like weird person to be around. What are they gonna do? Check your ideology at the door? Show me your voter registration? Like,
yeah, of course, no, not that specifically, but I mean, just
obviously
if you're
you can
at
have
your
whoever
local,
you want around you.
at your local meetup, I feel like those guidelines are a little bit different than at big events and tournaments, stuff like that.
Those the problem is that a lot of TOs have adopted the idea of running a tournament like it's your birthday party instead of running it like you're part of something bigger than yourself. So these people are very self-absorbed. They don't understand that they're a part of something bigger, which is the community, which should revolve around everyone's passion towards the game. But sometimes it ends up revolving around the tournament organizer's ego. And then you have that conflict where it'll kind of break out into the wider community. They'll see what's happening with that TO. It'll cause more drama because they're making decisions based off of completely irrelevant or irrational factors. So
all right.
Just causes less problems to not be a dickhead.
All right. Thanks for these answers. Appreciate you guys. Keep up the good work and all that.
Yeah, thank you,
bro. Thank you, bro. Cheers. Thank you.
How many do we have waiting?
There's quite a few. There's someone else that's just messaged me now on Twitter. Oh, it's Clayton.
Yeah, bring Clayton in.
Yeah, let me drop in the link. There's quite a few already in here waiting. Also, guys, yeah, go for it, bro. Whilst Technicals is doing his business, guys, the instructions are right there. They're right there. If you don't have Discord, message me on X. I can't make it any more clear. Can everyone see that at the bottom of the screen, or is it just me? Am I the idiot here? Am I the only person that can see that purple banner that says send me a DM on Discord or X? Is it just me? I've sent Clayton the link. He's asked me all you got to do is click on the link, Clayton. You ain't got to jump in the Discord. You can jump in the Discord if you want. If you can see the instructions, guys, stop asking how you join. I don't mean to cook anyone, but please. We will read English here, right? Do you want me to write? Do you want me to put it hiragana up there? Would you prefer some katakana? Should we do a bit of calligraphy? Like they're so clear, guys. let me check what the donations are saying. Behold Dark Kazu. Awesome.
Thank you for 5 Apple.
What is the lore behind Dark Kazu?
It's just Marvel Rivals. That's what Magic says. Behold, Dark something
Oh,
But he
okay.
just
I
says
don't,
dark
I
commentary
don't
every
play it
single time.
enough. Larry Wolfolk for the £10. Thank you. The collaboration we didn't deserve. You two are cleaning up the FGC one allegation or rumor at a time. Keep up the good work.
I fuck with Ernesto too. Ernesto,
Yeah.
always looking out.
Yeah, no,
We
I do want to talk to him at some point.
We gotta be cordial in the space. That's why other people that talk about like Smash drama and stuff, I don't really fuck with them. Like fuck with them as in mess with them. I fuck with them like as a person or whatever. Because like there's so little people already doing it. Why have all the infighting? That's why I really don't understand the commentary community. It's like there's so few of you in this camp. Why are you fighting each other? Just like they're fighting, they're fucking cannibalizing each other like every other day. And I don't get it. I don't want to cannibalize other people in the space. I want to talk about the thing I want to talk about.
Are you talking about like the wider commentary community or like the FGC commentary community?
No, like the wider commentary community.
Oh, okay, because I just saw H3 drop that content nuke on Hassan, and
That's
like
different.
now they're fighting. Yeah, it seemed justified.
Yeah, that's more about like it's more to do with the Israel-Palestine stuff.
Yeah. Thank you, Connor Wilson, for the $5. How about those Eagles?
Thank you, Connor.
Thanks, Connor. And I want apples. Nice mustache, big dog. Looks good as hell. Thanks, dude. I don't know who you're talking about there.
He's talking about you. That's one of my members.
Oh, okay. Cheers, bro. I appreciate that. Right, so we've got C4 and then we've got Clayton. So I'll bring in C4 first because he's been waiting long. Then I'll bring Clayton in.
C4.
C4, bro. Can you hear us?
Oh, that might be someone else.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Testing. Cool. Safe for having me on. What's good technicals?
What's up, bro?
I'll try and shoot this off real quick. First question: do you label yourself as a journalist?
No.
Technicals? No. Cool.
I got into covering these kind of topics literally because I thought I could solve them, and I thought it would be really funny if I was the one who solved them because the Smash players didn't like me. That's the whole reason I did it. And then I realized I was good at it, and it was getting a lot of views, so I just kept doing it.
Is there a label you'd give yourself, or is it just I'm a guy on the internet saying stuff that I think's true?
I'm a YouTuber. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I haven't done enough research on your videos, so I can just ask now and find out if this question is relevant.
Okay.
Did you do any of the drama with Dragon Ball fighters?
No, I didn't do any Fighter Z content.
Because I was gonna say, do you think you either intentionally or on purpose follow Leffen with the drama? Because there's been some crazy stuff in Dragon Ball fighters.
Yeah. I did the Guilty Gear coverage specifically because I thought it would be really funny to take over his community after making a video on him. You'll notice a pattern here. Sometimes I just do things because I think it'll be really funny.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Then you probably want to go back into the
what
Dragon
happened
Ball
in
drama.
Fighters? Yeah, send me a tip to my tip line if it's important.
It'll take me a while to see if I can find it, but someone did the peanut butter with a dog thing. Yeah.
Was it Leffen?
It wasn't Leffen.
Dang.
This happened after Leffen left the game.
Okay, so the peanut butter was still fresh.
Apparently so. I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I just I didn't ask too many questions.
Wow.
Next question is kind of like two-pronged. Do you think your research or your kind of YouTube ethos about getting out the truth would work better if you was like a ghostwriter for someone who was more accepted in the community?
I've heard that before. But then I wouldn't make money doing it. I would be giving someone else the tools to the kingdom, the keys to the castle. I think it would be effective, certainly, but again, this is like what I do to make money on occasion, and I feel like doing all that research for free for someone else to just parrot my points would be annoying because it would work, but then it'd also be annoying because I just waste all my time, and I don't see any of the benefits from that because it doesn't work.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I think a lot of the hate you get is from people thinking that you're only doing it for money. And
right. I could do it for both. I do it because
so that's why I was asking the question, because as a ghostwriter, you could get paid,
right?
And because the person presenting the information is like more than you, people get behind it because we all kind of know, for the most part, the truth doesn't matter. It's how you deliver the truth, right? It's the rhetoric.
Well,
So if you had someone with a better rhetoric than you, who was more liked, quote unquote,
well, that's kind of the problem. Is the fact that the delivery of the truth is the main issue for these people. And that's kind of the reason why I also enjoy doing it myself, is because at the same time, I'm able to highlight that these people don't actually value the truth. They value, like, platitudes. They value face value. Like, oh, you need to look like the right kind of person for me to accept a factual statement. That's more an indicator of their own faults and their own issues than it is me.
I agree. I think the people that you're pointing out definitely, if not half, are the majority of people, and it sucks. But I haven't asked you, I should ask this off the get-go. Is your goal to get the weirdos out of the scene? Because if that is your goal, there is a better way for you to do it. You might take a monetary hit, but... Sorry, go on.
You mean the weirdos as in the people who run it as poorly as they do?
Any people that we deem not worthy to be part of the community, whether it be like PDF files, people scamming people, all those people, to get them out is a social push, right? And with your content, people that like you will see the truth and go, yeah, these people shouldn't be here. But the people that don't like you will look around the truth to be like, oh, you're wrong. And it kind of allows those wrong uns to stay in the scene. Where I'm saying is...
But won't they just grow to dislike that person anyway?
Well...
No, because the way it's delivered could be different. People don't like the personality of technicals.
I absolutely get what you're saying, because I've heard this before. The pattern usually goes that they will go against my coverage, but then it'll take a little longer to develop to where they convince themselves that they came to the conclusion themselves. I'm basically doing Inception on them, where I make them think like it was their own idea that this person sucks or whatever, or they'll come to that. It takes a little bit longer, absolutely, but they do end up coming to that conclusion at some point. Like with the Guilty Gear stuff, I was absolutely correct about the allegations, but then someone else came out with a document saying basically what I said, and I'm literally referenced in that document as a point against the people. They convinced themselves that that document was the genesis of the idea to kind of call out people lying or being inconsistent, which is like whatever. I mean, fucking delude yourself however you want, as long as you're doing the right thing. But I think it is important for me to occasionally be the one to call out this stuff, because then you also see the problem beyond the problem. You see the people who are deluding themselves into thinking that things aren't a problem based off of appearances. So you see what their actual priorities are, and then you can make better judgment statements off of whatever they're saying in the future, and know that they're not actually caring about the objectivity of the situation, but rather what looks better for sponsors and their own PR.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's not enough impartial people when they're looking at information, and they're looking at...
I do understand what you're saying, which is why I hope there's more people in space, which I like people like Mike Hollow, because he seems like more of a neutral ground, and he covers stuff in a different way than I do. I like to joke around and be kind of a little rascal sometimes, because it makes it more entertaining. It's more fun to watch. If I was just to sit there and give you a bunch of information, I could certainly do that, but it's not fun for me, and it's not fun for the viewer. And part of the reason I'm doing it is because I think it's funny. So,
I think, would you say the kind of feelings you have towards Leffen kind of taints the like populace of how you do your research and what you research on? Because they obviously see anything to do with Leffen was like, oh, this is just going to be anti-Leffen.
I look at everything through two lenses when I'm researching, guilty and innocent. So if you go through the evidence and try to prove if someone's guilty and innocent at the same time, or do like two different run-throughs, you can normally convince yourself of the middle ground and try to make a point that way, which is why the video is so long and it goes over different aspects. There's even a financial element to it with the controller issue. A lot of people... I think a lot of people really like that video. I went over his entire history, and I tried to be objective. I'll throw in a quip here and there, because obviously I don't like Leffen. I have a bias against him. But that doesn't mean that what I'm saying when I'm showing citations on screen for what I'm saying, which is what I try to do, I'll make a point, and then I'll immediately throw in a citation, which is how you should do a video essay. It doesn't mean that those are all false.
Yeah, no, I think what I was trying to get at, I should have been a bit more poignant, is when you make it clear, whether it be through a joke or interactions you have with Twitter, I could say Leffen and use Guilty Gear community. where obviously you got some kind of pushback to what you presented to the Guilty Gear community. Now you're taking jabs at them, which makes them less likely to take on your information. I'm a Guilty Gear player. I commentate Strive. I'm a Guilty Gear player. So when I looked at your content, I was just like, oh, this is just information. But because of the jabs you took, a lot of people, even when you're factually correct, like they can't refute the information. They'll say, oh, but Technical said it, so I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Do you think your bias can get in the way of some of the content? Not all your content, but some of the content.
Isn't that their bias?
Yeah, I was just about to say that's their bias towards me. Because if you look at my I also covered Infiltration. I also covered Noel Brown. I didn't go after Marvel vs. Capcom community. I didn't go after the Street Fighter community because they didn't say I should fucking die for covering the topic.
I'm not justifying. I'm not justifying it.
Yeah.
It is a bias,
I know,
right?
I know you're not justifying it.
Yeah, it is a bias that you both have. The community to you and you to the community. That's
my
what I'm
response. My response is measured with how they're responding. Like if the Smash community was just fucking normal about it and just took the information, I would have absolutely no reason to make them look worse or say things about their community poorly. Like these are people at high levels of the community. These are high performing players saying terrible, awful things about me. Why the fuck would I give them any kind of respect or charity or goodwill? These guys fucking suck. So I'm gonna represent them as such until proven otherwise.
So like reaction, just it's the reaction that's what caused. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Right, I'll jump off so you can let Clayton get the content, get the bag. I didn't swear this time, so
I appreciate it. Those were good questions. You're absolutely correct about some of the things that you're saying, but I think it's good to show that these people care more about appearances than the truth sometimes.
Yeah, I totally get that. I like that. I like doing that on Twitter, just showing people that they're stupid more than if they don't look at the truth. You're also an asshole for not listening to the truth and caring more about factions and shit like that. Yeah, I get that. I'm petty though. I just don't want to call you petty, but I'm very petty.
I'm absolutely petty.
Okay, then it makes sense. I should have just asked you that off the get-go then. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right, petty bros, rise up. Yeah, let Clayton in it.
All right, bro, take care.
All right, in a bit. Peace.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm somewhat petty. I'm like middle of the road petty. Right, there was one super chat before, or two super chats before we bring Clayton in. Booty Tang with a $5 light skin stir.
Booty Tang, what's up, bro? Nice fro, if that is you.
We gotta give him the light skin stare, bro. 3, 2, 1. And Wolfspear the 199. They would eventually get the same hate Tech gets. Yeah, it would just shift. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, all right. They convince themselves of the idea that they came up with it first, which is fine by me.
Yeah, it's dumb. Like, no matter what you're saying about people, no matter how many insults are being thrown, if you're outing someone that's doing something to children, nothing else should really matter. That just shows their level of immaturity.
Or just people doing the wrong thing, like a lot of these organizers. They'll come to realize it in time, but it's whatever.
Yeah. Clayton, welcome to the stream, bro.
Oh, hey, what's going on? I've never met you guys before. Nice to meet you both.
Nice to meet you, man. The floor is yours.
Actually, I guess I don't have anything. I don't have any questions for you per se, but I know Technicals does all these drama videos, so I know I've messaged him, and other people tell me they message him. He should expose people like Rufelmonger, who said that I faked cancer, that I faked dying, that I faked all the tournaments that I won, etc. I mean, no, he's just a guy that I think he has hundreds of thousands of subscribers now, and he's bragged about how lying about me grew his channel. And I just think that's like, it seems like such a slam dunk that, I mean, to my knowledge, it's still on his Twitter, him saying that I faked cancer, faked dying, faked all the tournaments that I won when I was younger. And he bragged that other people should do it too. So I've made many videos on it. I try to post it, but then Reddit just deleted my post recently showing him going on stream lying about me. So I feel like that seems like a pretty easy slam dunk. And there's a lot of other, bullshit in the community. I think if that was Tyrant, I don't know if that was Tyrant. I think the peanut butter thing is Lily got caught having sex with her dog, but Lily is also somebody that was sexually harassing me. And I actually showed our private messages, and then everyone didn't pay attention because they said they were transgender. So you can't call it a transgender person. And I mean, there's a lot of drama videos on my channel, and it seems right up your alley. The Guilty Gear people that you've had
there's
problems
so
with.
much shit on your channel. There's so many. It's like
Yeah.
no one has like given me an easy way to navigate your shit. And every time I look over at your channel, it's like a million videos talking about it, which are very long. And it would be easier for me if you got together like some of the key points where I can like go look at it myself.
Yeah.
So I could make something like that. Because I'm not opposed to making a video about anything interesting like drama-wise going on in the FGC.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's right up my alley. It's just when the information is all over the place, it forces a lot on me to go through fucking hours and hours of content.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, no, for sure. I mean, I've been in the community since Street Fighter 2, so there's been a lot of lies about me. You know what I mean? That's why I said, but I feel like the Roofermonger thing it's such a slam dunk because there's actually videos of him just doing it on his stream. Like, oh, hey, this guy, he faked all this stuff. So just be like, and it just seems like something is because then you can see the community has tried to hide it. And he himself has bragged how it made him popular. So I know there's like a lot of Discord drama, like, I guess the people that know me, the Teen Gohan Discord guys, they made up that I tried to kill gay people and I tried to get them to commit suicide. And there's whole Discord stuff that is like, even when I tried to explain it, I think that's like an hour long in my video to show like how deep of like the rabbit hole went. But the Roofermonger thing just seems so easy because he's literally on stream doing it, and then he brags about how it made him money. So
right, when did that happen with the Roofermonger thing?
The Roofermonger thing. So Dragon Ball came out 2018. When he started saying that I fake cancer and everything like that, that would have been a little bit after that because I had originally ignored that kind of stuff. But then when I saw him, he was bragging how it was making him popular. I made my original drama video then. I called him out. I'm like, I can sign on to my hospital record. I'm not like hiding anything. Signed on to my hospital record, and you can see his Twitter post. Oh, he hacks a hospital. He left a paper trail of his lies. And it shows how stupid the community is that they think that I really hacked a hospital live on stream. I don't know how you would do that. You can see pictures of me at tournaments after radiation. All my hair's coming out. You know, it's like all that stuff is there, but I guess it shows how stupid people are. But Dragon Ball FighterZ, obviously 2018. I don't remember when I first made my original drama video, but sometime after that, when I saw that he was bragging about how it made him popular.
Right.
I could send you the original video of that. I could find that for sure.
Did they end up banning you?
Did they ban me?
Yeah. Are you banned from anything?
Am I banned from anything? I mean, they banned me from Reddit and Discords for showing that he lied. You know what I mean? They don't want to like.
Oh yeah, they banned you.
Yeah, so they'll ban my account from Reddit, so I can't show that he lied about this stuff. Discords, you know, they'll ban anyone that talks about it. You know, it's pretty incredible how popular he has gotten, and it shows the collusion in the community that he's been protected that the way he has. Like Event Hubs is a very big website for fighting games that has protected him. You know, he was, I'm sure it would still, I would assume it's still there. I haven't checked recently, but he used to go talk shit about me saying I fake cancer on Event Hubs all the time. And if people would call him out, Event Hubs would delete those posts in the comments. You know what I mean? So
if you can find like a lot of the stuff that you're claiming, if you can just get that in like a document or something, send that my way. It'd be a lot easier to go over your case, and then I could evaluate like how a video would even be structured for something like that. Because I have no fucking like I'm just a random guy. I have no context. I have no context to any of that shit. So it just helps me because a lot of people say cover the Clayton Chapman stuff, cover the Clayton Chapman stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, like that's why I said like I mean, there's a lot of drama from like every fucking scene, from people saying I faked my combo videos, all this kind of shit. But that's why I just thought the Roofermonger thing. I mean, it's literally you can just show him going on stream. His face is there. He's saying it himself. There's no like I've even said before on my channel. I actually went to lawyers and I was gonna sue him. But because he lives in another country, apparently that costs a lot of money then.
It's more complicated.
Extra
Clayton, is there a way to get a timeline of events, like from A to B?
Of Roofermonger stuff?
Yeah, just to
oh, yeah, so,
everything down.
Yeah, so 2018 is when it first happened. And I mean, like I said, to my knowledge, I never had an interaction with him before that. However, I am almost led to believe it's plausible because he apparently claims that he is an OG now. And if you look at my channel, I have looked back and apparently he was in the Canadian scene, and when he was supposedly an OG going to tournaments, I was like, I looked it up myself on sites like SRK, if you know what that is, and I'm like, wait a second, you can actually see me at these tournaments placing. And so I would look at the forum posts and see, is there even a tournament placing of him? Is there a message in like the Toronto thread, the Montreal thread, something like that? I've only deep dived so much, you know what I mean? But I did some searching, and I'm like, I can't even find a mention of this guy at this time, but you can see me because I used to go to some of those tournaments. So I'm almost led to believe, I can't say for sure, but now it's plausible to me that he's just some dude that has held a grudge against me because I beat him as a kid. If he actually is an OG, you know, I don't know about that, but for sure the Roofamonger and the combo video stuff, that would be 2018.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
compile
if
what you
you
can, and send it my way, and I'll look at it.
Yeah, all right. So anyway, I know there's a lot of drama. I just feel like that would be the easiest thing, whatever. So that's why.
Okay, I have been getting a lot of requests. I don't know if it's all from your demand on like videos, but I do get a lot of emails about Clayton Chapman. So.
Oh,
if
do you?
guys-
Okay. Well,
if you
thanks
guys
to
can
the people.
structure the suggestion, it'd be easier for me as a
Okay.
investigator.
I got you. Well, I guess before I let you guys go, then thanks to whoever has defended me. It sounds like other people have messaged you too. So whoever you guys are, thank you for defending me, and I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
No worries,
Later,
bro.
man.
Take care.
Yep. You too.
Yeah, I've heard about his situation for ages, but I can't make heads or tails of what is going
Me
on.
neither. It might be interesting just to get the facts out and make it less
definitely.
difficult to follow.
Yeah, I mean, with my interaction with Roofamonger was not pleasant at all. It was nothing
Really?
like that, but I think he's an arsehole. I don't like him at all. He didn't do anything that's like, I'm gonna go, I need to tell technicals about this, but it was like he was just speaking down to people, and I was like, you're kind of a dick.
Okay.
So yeah, that's just a personal thing. I guess me and him don't really see eye to eye. Right, I've got Alex. Are you still good on time, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. I got hours.
Cool. All right, Alex, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
what's
we can
up?
hear you, man.
Technicals. I have a few questions. The first one was, I know you had did the investigation with Zero, and I know you admitted that you were kind of like his friend. Do you still keep up with him? I know he did like his swan song video on Smash where he went to the DR and he had a good time at the tournament, which I was happy for him. I just didn't know if you were still kept up with him or not.
Every once in a while, I'll probably get a message from him, or I'll see how he's doing just to make sure that he's in the right headspace or whatever. I really want him to move away from Smash. Like I was saying in the original coverage, I think it's fine for both him and Nairo to be banned. I didn't change my stance on that. I guess he was cool with some of the people who ran that tournament, and he just showed up, and I was like, okay. And then he ended up using that to promote his personal fitness training in a video. So he's been getting really into fitness. I don't know if you guys have seen his transformation, but like that's what he's been focusing on is personal training and shit like that. So yeah, every once in a while, probably see like what he's up to, what he's doing, if he's in a good headspace or not. But he's been doing good for himself.
That's good. I mean, what happened to him? I know that people think he did wrongdoing, but I don't think it was really, especially with how they treat Nairo. Like, let's be for real. He's still the most popular Smash content creator.
He gets so many views per stream, so it really just feels like a performance to me. Like, if you're that upset about what Zero did, why the fuck is there, like, thousands and thousands? This guy makes 6 figures streaming Smash. He'll make Smash videos all the time. Like, he still restreams majors. Like, of course he didn't go to a tournament. He hasn't been to as many tournaments as of recent as Zero, but this guy is, like, a figurehead pillar of Smash content, and you're going to tell me that you guys have a problem with it.
Yeah, it's like saying, okay, well, Nairo, you can't point the finger at anybody, but you can say people's names, like those kind of funny lawyer speak ways on how he can just skate around and still be associated with the Smash community. I don't hate Nairo. I do admit I'm a fan of his. I'll watch his videos every once in a while, but the way they treat him, like they should treat it more. What he did was way more serious than what happened with Zero. Zero, like you said, you and Zero's never even seen Katie. We know what happened with him and Captain Zach.
Yeah, and even in his version of events where he's like, well, I said we could do it again, but I didn't like it. I didn't even bust. Like, what the fuck?
Oh,
How is that?
Lord.
How is that a good example?
No, that was terrible. Because, like, okay, first of all, like you said, when the buzz came out and said he resisted, and it's like, Nairo, everybody knows you're like 20 times more charismatic and
You are
cooler
not
than
more
the buzz.
You are not more socially awkward than fucking DeBuzz, bro. Like, let's be real. Let's lock in for a second. You got manipulated by a 15-year-old? Come on now.
Like you said, like I remember your video. You did say that he was like, yeah, Nairo. He's a few words away from saying getting N-word privilege. Like if he said the N-word, nobody would be bothered by it. Even when Cosmos says the N-word, it sounds kind of weird. If Nairo said the N-word, I'm pretty sure it would be pretty natural.
Yeah. You let that fly.
I mean, that was
That's
that was just some of my issues. Oh.
Like they hate Zero a bunch, which is like, okay, whatever. But then you never see that same energy for Nairo, who constantly is making Smash content, constantly restreaming tournaments, constantly engaging with top players and shit. You don't see any of that energy. All I'm saying is keep the energy consistent. These people aren't consistent at all. I'm fine with both of them being banned, and Zero doesn't get a lot of views on Smash content. He barely like uploads anymore because he gets a fuck ton of hate every time he does. Nairo still trucking along, making like 6 figures. No one gives a shit.
That's insane.
No, it is.
That's disgusting, man. That I honestly speak, like, because I remember watching the video and it was like they were awake the next day, so it wasn't like he could make the case that he was sleeping and got crawled on. He was awake and
he also planned with Zach and Samsora a cover story for 3 years. They had a cover story for 3 years, and he lied the second it came out. And we're just gonna take his series of events like on face value? Like, fuck no. This guy's a liar. This guy's like a proven liar. Why would I take what he's saying at face value?
And just to confirm, how old was Captain Zach during this again?
He was 15. Nairo was 20.
Oh my lord, no, fuck that guy, man. That's so crazy.
I could talk about Nairo forever, but do you have another question, Alex, or are you out of time? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I did. I've always been a fan of yours. I remember when you first came, you just made like kind of videos. You weren't doing more new stuff, just kind of doing like funny, I guess you could say 4chan-ish videos, which I did enjoy those back in the day. What is it like to be, because like even the guy earlier, he was asking you to look into Rufomonger. What is it like to be kind of like the FGC journalist? Like you actually do real journalism. I take you seriously versus, some of the more politically slanted journalists out there.
I'm very careful with those kind of videos because I know how seriously people take it. But at the same time, I like to have fun with it because I do like making those videos like I did in the past where they were all skit focused because I think I'm good at the comedy side of making the videos, but I feel like people only really want to watch the deep dive investigation, so I have to mix it in and get a nice flow going to where people don't mind the funnier videos as much. So I could probably do more of those.
Oh, okay. I mean, I do miss the Vinny videos. I remember when you used to high side on eSam. I miss those videos.
Yeah. So this month I'm taking it a little bit easier. I'm gonna try to max out on skits this month. Should have another video in maybe 5 days, and then another one after that. That's just based on being funny.
All right. Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you, Alex.
No worries, bro. Thank you for jumping in. Do you ever feel pressure because of the kind of content you've done and people sort of turn to you now, I guess, to expose people for their wrongdoings? Do you feel like an immense amount of pressure to produce these videos, or is it the same as when you started?
I did initially because during 2020, that's when it was blowing up. And then I had all these people coming to me like I was their savior, and all these people wanted to kill themselves and shit. And it's a lot of stress. It's a lot of stress to be the one guy talking about it and everyone thinking that you're about to save their career or some shit. But now it's kind of mellowed out, and I'm at the point where I'll just see something, and I've done it so many times to where I know I could either solve the case or I know I could probably bring some more clarity to it than people initially have with the kind of responses that I see. So now it's just like a well-oiled machine. That's how I did the 2 investigations back to back. It's fucking easy for me.
Fair play. Larry Woolfolk, can't use Discord due to work, but would you agree the net play era of fighting games have robbed people of being normal in social settings?
You can also answer that if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how old you are, but I'm about to be 33. So Okay, so I started in the arcades with my friends and like sitting in their bedrooms playing Alpha 3 and all that shit. And yeah, like I do think going online almost exclusively has definitely has made it go into events with these people a little bit more difficult. And you can definitely see some people don't come outside because the guys that I grew up with, they were just like they were some of them were hoodlums off the street. They were just random guys, you know, doing their day-to-day jobs. It was normal. The guys that I used to go play arcade games with, like Cobra Commando or those guys that were in that environment, they were just your everyday guys that you'd see on the basketball court or whatever. And now, when I go to tournaments, not to say there's not normal people there, of course there are, but you do definitely get some people that walk over to you and the conversation is just like, I want to sink into the ground. And then you see other things happening with obviously girls being hovered around. I don't know if your experience is different.
Yeah, I think the centralization of conversation in gaming in general being pushed over to things like Twitter and stuff like that have made people feel like they're a part of the community without actually stepping outside their house. So
Yeah.
you'll have some people who are just like, you know, keyboard warriors talking their shit. And it's made social interactions a lot more stressed because they don't have the fear of actually seeing this person at a local. Or having to back it up. And at least when that was the case, you would solve things normally through a money match or you're just playing each other in bracket, and you might even squash the beef after that. But nowadays, it's like you'll have endless beef with people you don't even fucking know who live like across the ocean, and that'll just be your perpetual existence in the space.
Yeah, I can definitely see the difference in events from when I was younger to what they are now. It definitely feels more segregated as well, and that's coming from somebody in the UK where we don't deal with like the politics too much. But yeah, I mean, there's petty things that happen here in the UK. There's definitely cliques and people that don't like other people. And it's a shame because there was a time when everybody was getting on. I remember when the FGC had a resurgence when Street Fighter 4 came out, and everybody was on the same side. Everyone was cool. There was no real problems for as far as I can remember. And then by the time you get to SF5, it's just a fucking shit show.
Like I said, people don't get into games because they hate a political side of the spectrum. They get into it for their shared love of the game. And I think bridging that gap and, you know, just trying to understand each other and maybe just enjoy the game will actually create more understanding across the political aisle. And maybe you could even convince people that, you know, everyone on that side isn't a bad person or, you know, vice versa. But if you're just going to create an echo chamber of like a one political party in a community, then obviously you're going to have the opposite, and then it's just going to create more political divide and extremism in a space where that's not even necessary.
Yeah, it would be nice to get back to. Oh, shout out to Ernesto in the chat.
Yo, Ernesto, what's up?
What's going on, bro? For anyone interested, I found a site that sells N-word passes for G. What? No, that's not Ernesto.
That's not Ernesto.
That
can't be Ernesto.
That's not it. No way.
That's not it.
That was a good one. You got me. Forgot what I was gonna say now. It's taking me out of it. Did I miss it? No, I didn't miss any. Someone said there used to be drama during Street Fighter 4. There was drama. Sadly, it is. Prove it. Prove it, Ernesto. Call in. Send me a message on Twitter and call in if it's you.
Yeah, bro's capping.
Capping hard. No, there was drama during the SF4 times, definitely, but it wasn't like what's going on now.
Mm-hmm. It's just a lot worse. What's the
the number?
Just message them on Twitter.
Ernesto, come on, bro. I follow you on Twitter. Just follow me back. Stop ignoring me.
Ernesto's awesome. He always asks for permission before he reacts to my videos and stuff like that. He's super, super respectful about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
don't ask me for permission.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wow. Favoritism. Nice.
Well, yeah.
It's all right. Technical's been in the game longer than me. I'll hold the L.
You know how it is.
What are we saying here? Yeah, no, in SF4 there was definitely drama. I remember it, but it was silly, petty. It wasn't political drama, and it definitely wasn't to the level that it is now. Now you even breathe wrong in someone's direction, and they think you're wearing a MAGA hat or something. Bear in mind, I'm in the UK, and sometimes I get those things thrown at me. So
yeah, it's like being right wing is a death sentence. You realize like half the country is right wing, right? Like there's people that you're playing with that are it's the whole silent majority thing. These people you're playing with probably voted for Trump, and they're also annoyed at your elitism and the fact that you would like exile them simply for being right wing. They're not going to say it to your face because obviously they're going to get backlash. It's stupid that that's even a situation, but they've created that kind of space where you're not even allowed to express yourself.
Yeah, very true. You are the type of person that commands the respect that technicals requires. Make sure I don't find out where you live, bro.
Guys, credit Mike, please. Ask for permission.
Yeah, it's fine. I've already told people when they come to my live streams, you can use my content. I don't mind. Doesn't bother me. Which is something that I was talking about regarding to LTG. Like, I feel like if he was more open to letting people do their thing rather than clapping back at everything, it wouldn't have gotten out of control.
He's really
like it
strict about his image and his likeness.
Yeah.
To the point where it's like almost detrimental. You realize people are making you more famous by spreading your memes and like clips and shit.
Yeah, exactly. I honestly, guys, I don't mind if you want to. Don't upload the whole thing and just leave it raw. You know, show a little bit of respect, but you can take clips. It's fine. All right, we've got Master Havoc calling in.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, not bad, bro.
Just got done with student teaching for the day, so this is actually good. That's why I'm all a little dressed up and everything.
Awesome. You're looking fresh.
Thank you, thank you. Had a chance. I have watched your content longer technicals than I have my Carlos, but have you had a chance? I don't always agree with you guys. I agree with you guys, but when you guys really hit, you really hit. So, for example, technicals, the Leffen arc was just really, really entertaining. All the Smash content I feel was like really well informative and balanced. I wasn't a big fan of the Guilty Gear stuff, and I didn't watch the Guilty Gear video because I kind of saw all the information as it is. So that's not a diss on you. I kind of just when you see things play out, why watch a video of things you have already seen? You know, you saw it all play out. It's kind of like
So
why
like the
watch
Guilty
it?
Gear stuff, especially is like I'm kind of going through and explaining it in a more coherent manner for other people, but I'm also giving my own like my own take on it, I guess, like my own rationale for how things do or don't make sense in the situation. And that one for me personally, I felt like was a big success because I ended up being totally vindicated, but I could see why someone who's very familiar with that wouldn't really care about my opinion because I'm not a Guilty Gear player.
So now one thing I want to talk about. You guys talk about the political spectrum and how the political divide has really infected the FGC. I'm not going to mince words here. It has. I'm not going to mince words here. He was getting booted and banned for being racist 2 years ago and stuff like that. But apparently, you can throw a punch and get a timeout and still be allowed to compete in a tournament. I was so bad at that shit. I thought he got banned, and I was so bad. Apparently, throwing a punch is a-okay, but saying the N-word, which by the way still is not a good thing, and you're still a piece of shit for doing that. But it's like, wow, what? It's like the NFL with the rule of discipline. Apparently, you get banned you get suspended for 10 games. You smoke a little weed, but apparently, hit your lady, you may get 2 or 4 games. That's the NFL.
Right. You got to set standards that everyone can look at and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, like people are just going to be constantly pissed off. People are just going to feel like they're getting the short end of the stick. They don't really understand like the level of or the severity of the crime if the punishment doesn't fit.
Same with like Noel. Now Noel's is I watched half of that video, and I said every situation I was like, this man is lucky, and I think I'm gonna when I can finish watching that video that you made on Noel Brown. I'm like, this man is just lucky because some of the shit he pulled is like lifetime ban worthy. And I'm just being honest with you.
That's part of the reason why I wanted to cover it because I was so intrigued on how he was still competing. I was like, most people nowadays would be permabanned for half of this list.
There's one thing you didn't mention in the first part where you tried to punch Smooth Viper, and he may have not brought it up, but I remember when this situation was very fresh. This is actually a very critical detail. He actually misses the punch. That's the sad thing about. He missed the punch actually. Yeah, he missed the punch. I watched all the angles. He missed the punch. And Viper, they actually interviewed him about that a little bit later. He's like, well, he tried to hit me, but actually he just ends up running into me and he actually misses the punch. Man. So that's like even more embarrassing is that you're going to hit somebody, but you miss it so bad. You miss it so badly, you turn someone into a meme,
Yeah, the bionic arm meme.
I remember I was actually watching the stream that I was having. Everyone was saying bionic arm. It was hilarious. But the thing that really frustrated me about the political discourse is that okay, you voted for Trump, but I do think there comes a thing, and I have done the scary deep dive into some of these unhinged Trump supporters, and it's just like, okay, hey, it's one thing for vote, that's fine, and I participated in the democratic process, that is great, but some of these Trump supporters are getting into criminal activity, crimes, and when you start saying things where it's like you're being very derogatory towards people who are openly trans, like every time I go to Frosty, I see
Yeah.
half the tech instead of has a trans woman playing. I have no, and or people someone that's not binary. I have no issue with that. I am totally okay.
That's the
I'm a little
problem.
bit more. I'm a little more left leaning. I have no issue with that. But it just seems like certain people just get very hostile. These people simply existing, simply playing the game, and I don't really like that. And I feel like there's a way to make the space safe, but we really need to set a standard of how do we make the space safe? Okay, you don't want bigotry and anything like that. That's fine, but let's make that. Let's get ahead of that story and be safe. But the violence thing, if you're throwing hands, there should not be a timeout. There should not be you're bad, dog, bad. No, it's get the fuck out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah.
No refund.
A lot of these people project their the fact that they're getting exiled onto like trans people and stuff like that. It just makes it worse. It makes the whole situation worse. They feel like they're being dealt, the short end of the stick. They're not like people with the whole violence thing. Like I've been threatened with violence. Those people have nothing happen to them. So it's just going to make that specific demographic be hated even more, which I don't think helps them at all by being unfair.
Someone has actually accused you of inciting violence because remember that one comment you made about, I'm going to be at Evo. You got like a couple of months. I think you said good luck or something like that. And someone accused you of inciting violence, but I'm sitting here like, you're just telling them
hurting me. Yeah, like
you just saying pull up. Similar to what Sonic said. Sonic so said. He's like, yo, just pull up. You trying to talk all this ish, just trying to pull up. They said, all right, pull up then. It should never get that way. I know some people joke about that. Some people have a defense mechanism where they're like, well, listen, I'm gonna be mince here. A lot of Black people are from rougher parts of cities that are the hood, basically. So our mindset doesn't come, oh, make a joke or why is it debunk your argument? It's he come out with violence because we grew. A lot of people grew up in that kind of like mindset.
To them, it's just a joke. They're just like, oh, this is just a joke, and this is someone who's like seen as a bad person, so it's fine if I make that joke. If I made any of those jokes about someone who was from the LGBTQ, I would instantly be labeled as like homophobic, transphobic. I would be banned everywhere. But because I'm like an accepted target, that's a funny joke, and it's a fine thing to say. It doesn't make any sense.
It's just disgusting behavior, and I just think the standards need to be set, and we really need to move forward. And I feel leadership has to get better. I will say that one thing you showed in the World Brown video, I was actually very disappointed with Jabali and how he handled the situation. I'm like, bro, these people are throwing hands at your dang event, and you're like, well, that's not my problem.
It shows. It's like a time capsule. It's almost like a time capsule of how
I didn't know. Like I thought Jabali was one of the goats. Actually, I thought Jabali was like really good at his job. That really let me down. But I want to get Mike into this conversation here. Mike, have you ever had situations? Because the most I ever seen in person is a fight breaking out of UFC 9 during Marvel Top 8, which is still on YouTube. If you want to Google it, you can still fight it. It ends the funny.
I've seen that.
Yeah, I still remember it. Keith gets on stage like, guys, it's a video game, and the crowd starts laughing. I still remember. I was like.
We'll make this the last question just because there's a big queue piling up. But
go ahead.
In the UK, there's definitely been situations of violence. I have never had an issue in the FGC. I've been threatened before. I got threatened last year when I was going to Comic-Con. A bunch of these guys said that they were going to basically beat me up when they saw me. And I was with my boy Jamie, and we thought it was the guys, so we were looking, and they were just staring at me. They were staring a hole through me. So I said to my boy, I looked at my boy Jamie. I was like, I think shit's about to go down. And they came over all menacing. We were outnumbered. We were gonna get fucked up.
Were they travelers?
No. They ended up being fans. Like they just had these menacing looks. So I was like, oh, thank God, there was too many of them. There's no way we were gonna fight them all up. But other than that, I've been in the FGC since 2007. I've never had a single issue. I've had people say things to me. I've had threats, but never gone somewhere and felt threatened.
All right then. Well, I have Patrick papers to grade. Student being a co-teacher after all. I have papers to grade actually.
Appreciate you.
All right then, guys. Wonderful talk speaking with both of you guys. Have a good one.
You too.
No worries, bro. Take care. All right. We have FGC royalty joining us now.
Oh, really?
Apparently, he likes you more than me. I've just found out.
Is this Ernesto? Oh my god, it is. What's up,
What's going on,
Nesto?
bro?
Oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Mike. Go into the settings on StreamYards and press audio, and then change the speaker and the mic. You probably got the wrong one.
We'll figure this out together.
Can you see that the little wheel that says settings, and then you go to audio, and then there's a little test button, so you should be able to hear, and then you should be able to see how much volume there is.
Yeah, see the bar filling up. I heard a little
I heard
static.
something. I think he's lying. You know, I think he's got sound. Let me see if I can mess up his settings. Edit mic settings. Yeah, your mic is muted, bro. I can't even edit your settings.
Maybe the mic on the thing is muted. Like on the switched off, maybe.
People are saying muted check.
We gotta check the buttons before we hop in a call, guys.
I heard something. I bet I know what it is. I think his mic and his speaker are not aligned. No, I can't hear you, bro. What does it say on your screen? How can I? What's the best way to do this? So, all right, we'll have to use sign language. Can you see the clock? The way it says settings, yeah. Yeah, and then when you press on settings, if you press on audio, you should be able to see your mic making noise on the green bar. If you can't see that, you got the wrong settings.
You might want to also turn off echo cancellation and the adjust mic volume and just turn it up to 200. That's what I did.
Do you have another program open, Ernesto? Because that might be interfering. Let me see if I can screen share so you can see.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Oh, he's gone. I'm sure he'll fix it. He's just got to go to, he's got to mess with the settings. Whilst we're waiting for him to come back. Technical difficulties.
That would be the first time I've talked to Nesto.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get him in here to chat to him.
Yeah.
Right, what did we get?
I saw someone hating on him for no reason, so I was like, "What the fuck are you hating on him for?"
What,
There's shit that goes. No, it was on Twitter. There was like this commentator that was shitting on him, and I was like, "Why are you shitting?" He's not even like a controversial guy. He just talks about like what's going on in the FGC. You need people like that in fighting games to make shit interesting. There needs to be like story arcs, shit going on between different people. That's how you get the big like 13-0 stories. That's how you get the big rivalry set up, is those stories being told. If there's no storytellers, no one knows what the fuck is going on.
Yeah,
people don't even understand their own demo.
He presents the information. He just lets us know what's going on. A lot of the time, I wouldn't know some of this stuff without Ernesto. But I have seen the people on Twitter being like, he's just farming
like
this and farming that.
He's a parasite, he's a cockroach. Like, oh my god, these people just hate drama content creators, which is like, I get it. There are people who like just farm shit and just take every little thing and make it huge. But Ernesto like genuinely has passion for the space, and I feel like he cares about the people involved in the stories.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that people have been pretty unfair to be honest with you, I don't think there's a lot of them, but I've seen people from my own people that follow me saying it, that oh, you know, he's just doing it to make money in this. And I'm always like, is that always your stupid response, to make money?
Like, just because you make money doesn't mean that's the only reason you're doing it. If I seriously just wanted to money max, I could make videos in a fucking day. I made that Guilty Gear video in a day, only because, like, I just finished 2 big investigations, and it was already solved. It's not like he's going anywhere. So I just wanted to get that out. But I could keep doing that. I could do that for every single story. I don't even have to fucking interview anyone. I could just do that and talk about it. And I definitely still get views. There's no question about it. But I don't do that because I actually care about the quality of my videos and the investigations. But if I just wanted money, I'd be making way more money if I just shat out videos like that without giving a fuck about the topic.
Oh, 100%. You know, a lot of people have said, "Oh, you just speak about." Well, there's one guy in particular. He shows up to my videos all the time, and he's like, "You only talk about Sonic Fox," and I'm like, "You look through my videos, you're already that's already."
Yeah, you talk about like everything. I saw you talking like 7 hours about. What was that? I came into your chat. You were talking for like hours and hours about this one thing. It had nothing to do with Sonic Fox.
This guy is obsessed with Sonic Fox. I just talk about whatever. I don't have a direction for the channel. I just sort of wake up and see what's going on. Someone will message me saying, "Hey, can I do a live stream?" If I think it's interesting, then I'll be like, "Yeah," or I'll reach out to someone like you. I'm like, "Okay, I want to chat to technicals." But you talk about people and they're just like, "Oh, you're just doing this to pay your bills." I'm like, "Bitch, I live in London. This is not paying my bills. Trust me."
Yeah. I was actually trying to be nice to Sonic Fox when I was doing the Skullgirls video. I reached out to him for comment. He didn't say anything, and then he turns around and calls me alt-right, and I'm like, okay, you're just a dickhead. You're just, like, actually an asshole.
All right, we got another. I think Ernesto's coming back in a bit. In the meantime, we'll invite Douglas.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
yeah, it's a little loud.
Very loud.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Let me lower my microphone a little bit. I'm actually kind of how's that?
Sounds better now. It just came in really hot.
I'm so sorry. Like I'm pretty excited to actually be a part of one of your streams, Mike. I've been watching since the beginning when you were covering some of the MK stuff using the Tekken videos at the time, and you know, just I've just been hooked ever since. Technicals,
thank you.
I've been a big fan from the moment you did the Sky House video.
That was a while ago.
Yeah, and from there I've just kind of watched like all the ESAM, your coverage on Nairo, which by the way I agree with you 100% that Nairo should be banned from everything. And it's just been a wild ride. In fact, when you were covering all the Smash drama, that kind of made me reach out to my youngest brother who was kind of going to Smash tournaments. I'm like, hey, you need to be careful. Here's some of the stuff that's going on here and there. And, you know, without the information that you put out, I don't think a lot of people would know about the degeneracy that goes on.
That's what I feel like. I get a lot of backlash. I was mentioning that because I make the communities look worse, but it's like I'm not making you look worse. I'm just talking about the terrible shit that's already there.
And the thing is just you can't say, oh, why are you exposing us for when you know you're doing fucked up shit. For one, like, oh, you know, inappropriate relationships, or you know, I'm accusing someone of something they didn't do, or they don't know how to socially interact with people and they just throw false accusations out there. It's wild. Honestly, like when the commentary community came for you for the actions of your twin brother, I kind of was a little bit scared for you. I'm like, you can't just pin whatever his brother did to him. At the end of the day, that he's his own person.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was fair to try to kind of stoop so low.
Well, his whole play was just trying to defame me in like any way possible. It was a hit piece. If he actually cared about the allegations, he would have like reached out to anyone involved. I mean, he had a direct line to me. He could have asked me for clarity. And even in his follow-up video, he's like, how could I have possibly known this information that debunks some of the shit that he said? because it only came out after his video. It's like, well, you could have actually researched and you would have figured that out. But a lot of people don't realize that he was being dishonest in that coverage, and I still get the shitty comments to this day. But it's whatever. Once someone says something about you, you have to deal with that for like ever online. So it's whatever.
And it sucks too, because you're doing honest work, and for some reason, no one likes honest work. Is always defaults to, oh, technical's bad. Why is he bad? If you can't give me a reason for why he's bad, then maybe you should shut the fuck up and move on with your life.
I'm just glad that my work seems to be speaking for itself. It seems like the more that I cover, the more people realize that I'm like actually trying to get to the bottom of shit, and I appreciate that. So the people who just keep trying to say, oh, well, he just loves defending rape. He just loves rape. It's like those people are getting quieter and quieter, and
it's not even defending anyone. It's more the lines of, here's the proof. Now, what are you going to do with that proof? Are you going to still lie on this person, or are you going to take the facts for what they are?
Right. It's more about bringing nuance to a situation, because it's so black and white a lot of the time.
It's a pain too, because I watched the entire Noel Brown video, and watching all the evidence piece by piece whenever Chrissy would talk, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of made her look a little bit bad when she would say one thing and then you would post the screenshot or whatever. But I understand you being unbiased to the best of your ability and doing the detective work.
Well, I know that it's going the legal route mostly, and I was impressed at the fact that she actually had a medical report. So, I mean, who knows how it's going to end up there? You can't just make a conclusion, because obviously a lot of people came to the same conclusion you did by seeing all the information.
And like, honestly, that's kind of one of the things that I was waiting on for the longest, for that Noel Brown case to actually pop off, and nothing came about it. It was like the same thing that happened with Flo, that someone accused him of rape, and that and that he got his lawyers involved, and then no one heard anything else after that. And then I think it was like a year ago he recently passed. So I'm just it's one of those, the world will never know unless the person speaks out. But what can you do? Yeah. And I've been listening to, like, as far as the case of like Sonic Fox goes, because I know you've had your interactions with Sonic Fox, Mike, and it just, I feel like he is very disingenuous with how he carries himself. Like, the man is in his late 20s, going to be mid 30s, and he still acts like a child while using his orientation as a shield. And I don't think that's fair to be doing two things at once. If you're acting like a shithead, then admit, yes, I'm a shithead. Don't be like, oh, he's being homophobic, oh, transphobic, we gotta, pack him up.
I think most people have caught on to his shtick at this point.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. People have had enough of that shit.
Yeah, I for one have had enough, and I feel bad for like PL every time that he has to hear something or he's egged on.
Do you know what I will say? I'll just make the final statement, bro, just because we got some more people waiting.
Yeah.
But the narrative around PL is, he's probably not, people probably won't stop making fun of him for that. They probably won't stop sending him nasty messages. But what I can say is that in the past week, I've seen more support for PL than I had in the last 10 years. So maybe people are finally getting to the point where they're like, fuck these guys, man. Like, I've had enough of them just talking down on people.
I really hope Perfect Legend gets all the support that he gets. He doesn't deserve all the hate. Yeah, the 13-0 happened like 10 years ago. So what? We move past it. We become better people. But if you're not going to allow the man to move on, then that's a fucking problem.
100%.
But I know you got more people. I didn't really want to. yeah, I didn't want to waste too much time, but I just wanted to show my appreciation
I
to you
appreciate
both.
you, bro.
You guys are the goats, and I'm gonna keep following whatever you guys cook up. Y'all have a good one.
You too,
Thank you,
Douglas.
man.
Thank you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, I think PL just needs to put his head down and just work. Just show people that, you know, he is who he is. He's a goat.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's on a road to redemption right now, and he's definitely gonna be. I know he's been working at some games, so I think all he needs to do is find that spark again, come back and beat everyone, silence everyone, win another Evo. I mean, he's the only guy, to my knowledge, that has won Evo in a 2D game and a 3D game, that's a pretty impressive feat.
The results talk.
Yeah. All right, let's try this again. We apparently
We have some
FGC
good guests so
royalty
far.
here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you though.
Son of a bitch. All right, yes. I got these earbuds in now.
Are those Raycons?
Oh, but y'all good? You can hear me?
Did you use code technicals at checkout?
Yeah.
Fire. Fire.
Look, first of all, I don't know why Technicals likes rape so much. No, but first of all,
That's getting clipped.
Tech does deserve respect. That's why I reach out to Tech and I say, hey, may I use your video? Yada, yada, yada. Mike, so no, you don't deserve any respect. No, I'm playing. So with yours, so here's what it was on, I always give you a shout out. I always put your link in the description field. Always. I try to do that with all content creators. That way they don't give me no shit. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the complaints I've ever seen, they're like, oh, you didn't give me no credit or yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm saying? So I always try to both sides of the story. With the last video, the one you did with PL, I noticed you used my video. You didn't ask me, motherfucker. So I was like, all right, I'm going to use this one. And it's all fair game. You know what I'm saying?
I steal your clips too. I need B-roll.
There you go. So I'm like, hey, it's all love.
Loads of your clips. I've taken loads.
It's all love. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, I'm going to give him a shout out. And my method is I always tell people, hey, we're going to watch a couple minutes. Go watch the rest of it on theirs. You know what I'm saying? Because they got a lot more that I'm not showing you. Especially Mike's. It's like 6 hours long.
I'm not precious about it. Like I was only joking. I don't care who clips my stuff. I'm not. As long as somebody doesn't upload the whole stream, then if they want to take like even an hour from it, I'm not gonna message them being like, hey, what are you doing? I found somebody on YouTube. I was scrolling down my feed and I was like, wait, that's my thumbnail. And then I clicked on the video. I was like, wait, that's my video. And I was like, this is a really cool video, bro. Did you make this yourself? And he was like, oh, I didn't think you'd see it. And I was like, I just left him alone.
They took the whole damn thing. Yeah.
Everything.
You know what? No, I've been a fan. Like I joke in my videos about technicals a lot. Like, hey, don't fucking investigate me. Stay away from me. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck, because it's all good over here. Because he'll get in your ass. You know what I'm saying? And like, my cousin Dirty Low watched him for the first time when we watched the infiltration video, and he was like, man, I don't even know who this guy is, but I'm a fucking fan, man. This guy is like amazing at what he does. I was like, yeah, he's been doing it for a while. I think he's predominantly started on the Smash thing, but starting to cover a lot of FGC stuff, not FGC stuff, but Street Fighter and all that other stuff. I think more people are finding out like this guy is the truth. Like he does. I don't know anybody else that does it like this. And the thing that I gravitated towards was your humor. I was like, oh, this guy's actually funny. You know what I'm saying? Like he like
skits and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was kind of upset. I saw that you were like you were dying down on the videos, but then you came back full force.
Yeah, I was just frustrated. I was like, because I started off just comedy. Like I was just making fun of people and doing sketches, and I did stand up for like 10 years. So I was like, all right. Butt check is an accident. Literally, I just randomly kind of stumbled upon it, and the audience was like, we love this. We want more. They created the logo. They created the intro. This is all their stuff. They sent me in. Like, they created everything. So I was like, all right, y'all want butt check? Let's go. So I tried to cover the stories that because I felt like nobody was talking about what I liked. I was like, I like certain things and nobody's fucking talking about it. So that's why I feel like the numbers kind of skyrocketed. Now, during the time, as time went on, it kind of divided to where people were like, fuck it, Ernesto's the GOAT, or let's kill Ernesto. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure you guys experienced the same thing. I was listening to you guys' conversation. In this kind of field that we cover, it is that. It sucks, but it's like either they fucking love you or you're the worst fucking thing ever to happen to the FGC ever, you know.
And you're not
And
even
you
that
see a lot of that.
controversial. You literally are like, you're like the news. You're like scarce, fucking just talking about topics and shit.
I think there's a couple reasons why people talk a lot of shit. I think the main one is because they don't fucking watch, so they're just like they put me in a box for some shit that happened like 8 years ago, whatever,
Yeah,
and they're like, oh, he's an asshole. He's an asshole, and then you're not allowed to grow on social media, so you're an asshole forever for the rest of your life. And they know nothing about you. Anytime they see you, anytime they hear you, asshole, asshole, asshole. You know, everybody else that watches and stuff, we're like, no, I really like you. I don't know why such and such doesn't like you. Or they simply think of it as a drama channel. So they're like, we don't like that aspect, So I get that. I mean, to each their own, So I'm like, I will cover the news, but I'm also going to cover that juicy shit that I love. And I feel like a lot of us love, you know what I'm saying? As long as I'm going after both sides and not being biased,
You remind me a lot of like Omni. I feel like you have a lot of room to grow as long as you maybe cover like wider gaming topics. I think your fan base, you already have a fan base for it. They would love to see it, and it would get you a little extra.
Yeah, that's why I was. What was it? Last year? Yeah, it was last year where I was like, "Fuck, I think I might stop," because everything was dwindling. I lost the passion. I wasn't feeling good. I went through a lot of health stuff, and I was like, "What the fuck am I even doing this for? Like, I'm killing myself for nothing," because I didn't really have any much sponsors at the time, and YouTube was dicking me. So I was like, and then all of a sudden I announced that, and I said, "Hey y'all, I don't know what Button Check's gonna become, but I feel like it has to change." And everybody started like fucking super thanks and donating. Like people were donating like $400-500 at a time. Just like stay here, don't go anywhere. We take a break, but know that we want you to keep going. And I was like, fuck, like because sometimes you forget that it means anything to anybody,
Yeah.
Like these numbers are attached to.
You're very important, bro. Like I there's so much shit that I wouldn't have been aware of if you didn't mention it. So whenever you upload now, I click on it straight away. Because sometimes, actually, one of the places that I got my start back on YouTube was because of you. You covered an issue that I wouldn't have known about, and then I took some of the screenshots from your video to talk about how I felt about it, and the video did like 90,000 views, and I was like, oh shit. So I started using you as a source.
Some of your videos do help with my investigations recently in the FGC stuff. Yeah. I'm like, you've archived a lot, and I have no context to a lot of fighting game stuff, but you're always there. And that's why I love the ecosystem of like Mike covering other shit, you covering other shit. I'm doing like deep dives. We all feed into each other. So I'm not gonna go in on any of you guys. You're fucking helping me. We're gonna scratch each other's backs here.
I read one of the comments while you guys were talking, and it said they didn't know that a lot of their favorite content creators didn't like each other. I was like, it's fucking crazy because people assume all the time. I get it all the time because I'm not biased. I know for a fucking fact certain people that do not fuck with Button Check, and I talk about it like it ain't nothing. Like I talk about if it's news, you would never know. Because I'm never like, fuck this guy. I don't mention any of that shit. I simply cover the topic.
That guy was coming at you on Twitter. I didn't get it. I didn't get it at all. For me, I get it. Yeah, I asked for that stuff. I basically invite it because it's funny and I can use it for more content. But you literally are just covering the news. And I'm like, this guy's calling you a fucking cockroach. Like all your viewers are cockroaches. It's fucked up.
Bro, this guy, I was this close to, I have a video idea in mind and it's based around him. But it is a wild concept to me, and I do appreciate you doing that because the thing that would irritate me is like I have a lot of these figureheads that are in the FGC or names or whatever. They don't do that shit, bro. Like anytime somebody talks shit or whatever, they come to me in the shadows, and then they'd be like, "Hey, I really like you. I don't think you're fucking up or yada yada." But you never see that in public. Like I'm like almost like they're afraid to be judged by their homies that don't like me or something like that.
Smash players do that shit to me all the time. Until I started hanging out with YouTubers, I never felt what real support was like. They would just be like, yo, I fuck with your videos and stuff. Like, fuck all the people saying this shit about you. But they'll never, like, actually support my content or, like, defend me. They'll just be in the shadows saying all this shit. Like, that doesn't happen.
I had the same shit as well. Like, King J's a good friend of mine. And he's one of the people where I can be like, I can rely on him in real life. But there's some people in this space as well, like they'll see you talking to people and they'll hate you for it, or you'll do something and they'll be like, hey, yeah, Micah, I fuck with your content, and I'm like, why are you whispering about it? It's really weird.
Yeah, throw a retweet my way or something, bro. Like, come on, what? The likes are private
Bruh.
now. Like, let's get rolling.
Bruh, it's insane that, like, I'm literally like, bro, you the thing that irritates me is, like, I get that we're not for everybody. Obviously, you're not. You know how many content creators I see, and I'm like, nah, not for me. You know what I'm saying? I get it, but I don't take my fucking time out of the day to constantly tweet, fuck this guy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, everybody, join me in you know, roast, igniting our torches and hating this guy together. Like, who the fuck has time for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, they think about you that much. It was that other guy that we were just talking about. He literally posted, here's your weekly reminder. Everybody fuck Ernesto. And I'm like, what, bro? Like, what the fuck? And then
What do you say
I start
fuck
looking
me
at
for?
exactly. And I start doing just a little research. I'm like, bro, you have so many fuck ups in your past, bro. And so many times your ass got canceled and asked to be back. But see, yo, I'm not doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking my time.
Send that my way. That's
Yeah.
my job. That's my job.
Exactly. I'm like, yo,
and then you react to the video. There we go.
Exactly. Exactly. It just keeps paying itself forward. The other thing I don't like is I feel like people. Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I feel like people in the FGC, they just have this notion of like who's good and who's bad, and they're like, it's because of that. Like that's why we get the DMs and the shadows and stuff like that. I don't like that shit. I like who I like. Like you guys are fucking put in a box and afraid to like certain people. Like we're grown ass adults, bro. Like I don't understand.
It's corny.
I can't like the next man because you know what I'm saying, or a woman or whatever.
It's very cliquey. It's I've noticed that people get into their little cliques and they do their little gossiping sessions, and they'll say things about you and spread rumors, and you'll be none the wiser. I went onto Twitter the other day, and I randomly checked profile because it was on my screen, and I was like, why am I blocked? What did I do? And this is like a top Tekken player, and I was like, what did I do? I haven't even spoken.
Oh man, that shit happens.
Happens a lot.
Bro, people don't understand. Like, I've been blocked, obviously. Some people will come to me like a fucking human being and be like, hey, I appreciate if you don't use my stuff. I say, you know what? Thank you for coming to me like a fucking adult. I won't use your shit. But most people don't do that. Most people are like, you know, fuck you, motherfucker, yada, yada. I was like, bro, if you would have just came to me, you know how many fucking clips or whole videos I've removed because people came to me and they were very respectful. And I was like, you know what? Even there was people that are flat out fucking guilty, just flat out fucking guilty. But because they came to me with hella respect, I had people's fucking parents come to me, bro. People's parents emailing me, please take it down, please take. And I'm like, whoa, they offered me money. How much do you want?
God damn.
And I'm like, listen, I don't want your. I'm not gonna charge you money for taking down your child's thing. You know, I mean, obviously, what he did, it was like a racist video. He said a lot of racist shit. He's trying to get in college now. He's trying to change his life and yada yada. He's doing better. I don't know if that's true or false, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take it down. Like,
I respect that.
no, I don't want. But see, people FGC, they don't see none of this shit. They don't see none of that shit. They're just, he's an asshole. He's an asshole. You know what I'm saying? They don't know my stances on life or my family or fucking anything.
There was
you know
a
what I'm
certain
saying?
point where you were like being invited to be an MC at events and stuff. Like I saw during the Noah Brown video. Like you were pretty accepted for
Yeah,
it
what happened is, and I won't get into it too much. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I started off heavily with the comedy videos, and a lot of people were accepting of that. And not everybody, but a lot of people. I was getting hella love on event hubs and stuff, and the local guys loved me, so they were always having me host. So I was like, all right, cool. It wasn't until Button Check was created that, even though it blew up, it started to divide because not everybody liked a particular story. And if the story was about your ass, you really didn't like me. You know what I'm saying? Even if I was neutral, like, hey, here's what they're saying, guys. But here's the other side. Nope, they still fucking hated me. They were like, fuck you forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was my fault that they fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And they were going viral fucking up. But anyway, it was right around the time of the Madden shooting. which was like back in 2018, something like that. I covered the story. At that time, me and LTG were going head to head. We were literally taking turns making videos, fucking like trying to fuck each other up. It was, to me, it was kind of fun because I was like, fuck this guy. He came out of nowhere, right? Just trying to like, he just didn't like me, you know? So we went at each other. And then right at that time we were going at each other, the Madden shooting happened. I covered the story as a news story. This was probably like, I don't know, my 4th or 5th video in Butt Check, something like that. It was, Butt Check was just created like within those few months. So people started sending to me, react to this, you got to cover this story. And I was like, what the fuck is this story? You know, I don't know. I'm not a journalist or anything. Like, I'm just this guy covering news now. So I react to it. The problem is it totally came off like a reaction video. Like, it totally came. So people took it as, oh, this guy is reacting to death. He's reacting to death. And he monetized it, yada, yada. And the crazy thing was, I was actually in talks with this esports team at the time because they were trying to sign me. A lot of shit was going on. They contacted me. Are you okay? And I was like, what do you mean, am I okay? They were like, you don't see what they're doing to you on Twitter? They're fucking you up on Twitter. And I'm like, what? So I'm like, I don't even know. Like, I'm with my wife. We're like having lunch. And then I'm like, oh shit, LTG took the video and he had some guy help him. And they basically bashed the shit out of me. And they I'm not going to lie, like a lot of it, obviously he stretched it because he hated me at the time. Like, he was trying to fucking murder me. So he stretched a lot of it. But it already looked so bad, he didn't have to stretch much. You know what I'm saying? Because just off the thumbnail and the fact that it was monetized, people were like, oh, no, fuck this guy forever. You know what I'm saying? So I made an apology video right after. And it was like 50-50 kind of thing. People were like, either fuck you or we understand kind of thing. And I lost 500 subscribers right off the bat. And I thought it was just going to, I had 20,000. And I thought it was going to go all the way to 0. I was like, fuck, I am just dwindling down, right? People are roasting me on Twitter. And then it stopped at 20. It stopped right at 20,000. I had like 20,500, something like that. And then it just like cleared out. And I didn't get another subscriber for like another 3 weeks or something like that. So I had to like reset. After that, me and LTG left each other alone. We had run-ins. We're actually, believe it or not, cool now. Like, since he kind of dipped, we messaged each other and we kind of like apologized to each other. So we're like, I have no beef with him, you know. So he was like, keep doing your shit. If I were you, I would leave the FGC and cover other type of news.
That's what I'm saying. If you covered like gaming in general, I think you do really well. I think you'd get to like numbers.
Yeah, I didn't
that's
even
the shift
see
I'm
Omni.
trying to do. That's a shift I'm trying to do. Omni started in Smash. He would do like drama.
I thought so, yeah.
All the time. And then he hated doing that, and all the people hated him doing that. Like, he would get a ton of shit. And it stressed him the fuck out. So he just started doing like different shit in general, and then he started doing news in general. I think if you made that shift, I'm trying to make that shift myself after I do my little FGC arc, and I think we'll both be, you know, better off.
Yeah. At first it was just because at one time this is literally all I was passionate about. I didn't give a shit about anything else. I was like FGC. You know, I loved it. I absolutely loved the community. I still do, but it's just a different type of passion now, I guess. And it's hard. I've only been doing it full time for a year. I've always had 2 or 3 jobs while I was doing just this. So this being my first full time year has been like super stressful.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, man. Like it's a big transition. My wife works full time as well. She's about to transition as well, but it's a lot. You know, I got fucking 1 kid in college, and then the other 2 just graduated high school. Then I got the baby. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot. But now is that where I'm like, you know, I'm passionate about a lot of things, not just FGC. Like, I want to talk about like a lot of other things, like fucking Super Bowl. You know?
Just mix it in. Don't completely alienate your followers, but like every once in a while, cover something that's really big. It'll juice up your channel. It'll juice up the engagement, the search results. Some people might find you. They might fuck with the FGC, and now they know that you do that, so you can continue doing the thing that you already are known for. That's what I do. I cover Smash shit occasionally because I know that's what people want to hear, but I'm dipping my toes. I'm dipping my toes into Guilty Gear, Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom. I'm just collecting like the Infinity Stones of communities so I can juice my own following, And then I can go wherever I want after that. It's like chess pieces.
That's what's up. You know, I think for a while I just felt like I was boxed in, and I felt like if I do anything else, this channel's gonna crumble. You know, you feel like you can't. You know, like it's fucked up kind of thing.
I know.
And I would make videos like Bogus Journeys, or I don't know. One time I was in the fucking ER and I did a episode in there, and then I was like, I feel like when I do these off-brand videos, those are the people that really fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? Like the numbers will go lower, but that's my audience right there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the one that's gonna stick with me no matter what. I just been when I thought I was gonna make the transition last year, I got all these fucking sponsors, man. I have never had so many sponsors in my life, like ever. So they started coming in. I was like, fuck.
I saw you tweeting out some ads. Didn't you do Manscaped?
Yeah, I got a contract with them, man. So it's like
I was trying to get them forever. My old manager was fucking dog shit. I was like, just get me Manscaped. I just want the product, dude.
Yeah, I'll give you my plug for them. Because randomly I got a message from these guys that represent them. Well, I'm sure they're represented by a bunch of people, but anyway, they were like, yeah, let's do a trial. I was like, all right. So we did one. They liked it, and they were like, all right, let's do. We'll order 2 more or something like that. So I was like, all right. I kept getting products. I was like, hell yeah. And then, but they were paying me obviously. And then they were like, they want to do 3 or something like that. And I was like a order. I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. So they worked out the rate, and they're hella cool. They're hella lenient. Obviously they're talking about balls and shit all the time. So I loved it. It was right up my alley. Then after I did the 3, it was up in like December. And I was like, well, it was a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much. You know, maybe I can work with you guys the next holiday season. And they were like, we want to order 6. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
that's sick, dude. That's awesome.
Bro, so I'm like, they're my favorite. They're my fucking favorite. Like, I got other
that's
sponsors.
That's who I use as well. My whole shit down there is all Manscaped. It's all Manscaped.
Got fucking Manscaped with me. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Let them know, innit? I've been using their shit for ages.
Use code Ernesto at checkout.
Yeah, man. No, they have been beautiful to me. Like, I don't have any complaints. I don't have any complaints. Like some, you all know, some sponsors are just, oh my god. But these guys were like, do it, and they were like, give us anywhere from 60 seconds to 90 seconds, and I'm like, fuck yeah, what? I was like, all right, and I just try to mix it up each time. Matter of fact, I got another one I got to shoot here this week, so I'm like, all right, I just try to keep it spicy for them because they've been so good to me.
The sponsors are really what helped me, like, try to, increase my, because I can just focus on the quality. I don't have to worry about how the video performs. Besides, like, a specific view guarantee, they'd be like, your video has to get like 68,000 views. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can probably do that.
Right. Yeah, your style kind of reminds me of the journalistic style of Corey Gaming. Corey does like FGC, but he does like more tech videos. But as far as like transition and how fucking deep he gets and how he tells a story and stuff like that, it's very much like the quality. I think he's kind of stepped away as of late, but it very much reminds me of yours. Only difference is yours is like more journalistic, and you're like telling a history or uncovering something. You know what I'm saying? And I look at stuff like that because I started. I don't know your background with all that, but I always looked at myself like, man, I'm just a fucking comedian that just kind of stumbled into this, you know what I'm saying? Like
that's what happened to me.
I enjoyed it.
I just did it because I just did it because I knew the Smash community hated me, so I was like, how funny would it be if I solved all of their cases and then they have to credit me with doing that. So I did it, and then it ended up working really well. So I just kept doing it, and I already had a character. The detective is like a persona in the videos. Yeah. So
that's hilarious. Yeah, I remember when you snuck into a tournament or some shit like that.
Yeah.
You were undercover. I was like, fuck. I've thought about doing it. I mean, I've never had to do it, but I was like, that would be funny as hell. If I was good enough to like get into top 8, but I was like masked the whole time or some shit like that at a tournament I was bad at.
Luchador mask.
Yeah. Just change your identity completely. Yeah, man. But I feel like it's a weird spot now because I do want to grow. Obviously, this is the year where I'm like, all right. Last year, honestly, I did not focus on growing at all. I was just like, fuck it. I'm just like in autopilot, and I'm gonna just create. Just gonna create. Try to have fun. I don't even look at the numbers. All of a sudden, sponsors started coming. So I was like, you know what? I gotta stop dicking around when it comes to all the analytics and shit. I gotta like really start paying attention to that stuff and go. I gotta like really
If you
polish
ever
it
have
up.
questions about anything like YouTube related, you can feel free to hit me up too. Like,
Oh
we're
man,
all-
I got all kinds. I got
we're
all
in the
kinds.
space together, so I don't really care.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, it's funny thing is, I was gearing up right now to shoot a video, and I saw you two assholes. I was like, oh my god, I gotta get in there. I gotta see what's up. I didn't think I was gonna get in, honestly. I was like, let me just fucking troll them in the chat real quick.
No, do you know what? Yeah, when you put that in there, I was like, "There's no way, Ernest. That's the first comment he's left in my live stream."
So when they were talking about N-word passes, I was like, all right, let me talk about this. Get the hook up on some
We can
N-word
both
passes.
give you half of one, and it'll
Yes, they got
even out.
Yeah, man. I try to. It's funny because I have that conversation with my son all the time because my son and my daughter are half black, and my youngest daughter is half white. So with my son and my daughter, my oldest ones, they identify basically as black. They look a lot like their mom basically. So they use the N-word, right? And I'll be joking with them like, "Hey, can I get a pass?" Or what's cracking? Like, how can my kids use it, but I can't? You know what I'm saying?
It's like
and then my
transitive
son's like,
properties,
"You
they're
know,"
part of you.
exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, "This is a weird ass dynamic going on right here, right?" But of course, I don't believe in that shit, whatever. But I always think it's funny how my kids can say it, and I just like, all right, yeah, man. But I say you're half, right? You're mixed, so you can only use it for half the day. You can't use it a full fucking day. I think you're mixed too, right? Aren't you mixed?
Yeah, I'm mixed. Black and white.
So what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm Ugandan, German, and Greek, so I can
Oh.
kind of use it depending. I think my white friends are like, it's fine, you can use it, but my black friends are like, don't use it, Mike.
Yeah.
It's a bit hit and miss. Nesta, I had something to ask you. It's a request.
Yeah.
It's not related to anything we've been talking about. I was going to ask technicals as well.
Okay.
It's completely off topic. I'm putting together this really big community-driven video that I've been working on for about a week now. And it's going to come out on the last day of February. Obviously, Akira Toriyama died almost a year ago. It's going to be March 1st. And I've got about 30 people from the community in the video, you know, randomers that play fighting games or whatever. I'd really like it because I saw your Dragon Ball bag in the background there. If you guys could send me a 30-second video saying something nice about Toriyama or Dragon Ball or how it affected your life or maybe your kids in some way.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it on the 28th. So yeah, whenever you can.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, if y'all ever want to collab or whatever, man, just let me know. The only other content creator, I mean, there's been content creators that were cool, was Jay, King Jay. He reached out. Funny thing is he put me in a group. There was like a chat group of content creators, a couple that you guys named, but I won't name all of them. But they were all in there because they all like King Jay, I guess. And he, hey, we're gonna have nuts though, but none of them fuck with.
Oh, really?
Like, down with that. So I was like, hey, good to be here, type shit. Like, hey, anytime I would post, nothing, bro. Just crickets in that motherfucker. Just Jay was the only one cool with me. I was like, why am I here, bro? Like, why are we doing this right now?
Was this a UK thing or was it US?
No, it was like, it was mixed. Some from Canada, some from America. Because you know, I feel like these big content creators, most of the part, they know each other, you know, or they respect each other, or they're cool. Because I do the channel that I do, it's not always the same for me. You know what I'm saying?
We gotta look out for each other, man. We all get the same kind of hate.
Yeah. Do you know what I don't understand about the talking point of these people is that, I used to upload gameplay videos when I didn't really know what I was doing with my channel, and I was never passionate about it because I'm just playing the game. I'm an opinionated person. I want to talk, and when I'd upload those videos, not many people watch them. So I was like, okay, well, people don't care to watch me playing games. They prefer to play games with me on live stream. And then I'll upload a video giving my opinion on a situation. It will do really, really well. And then you'll get some dickhead going, why are you uploading that shit? And I'm like, are you not... Because people want to watch it.
No one wants to see me fuck around with my friends and do skits. They don't want to see that shit.
Yeah.
They want to see me break down like serious accusations. And it's like, okay, well, here we go. I'm going to go do that.
Right. Yeah, I literally took my shit from a UFC channel. Like I'm a big fan of MMA, and I saw this guy doing a version of button check, but he was doing it. He didn't show his face. He just put his voice in sometimes, and he used a lot of. He was using screenshots of tweets, and he was using all text, and it was highly like there was a lot of numbers. Like people watched it. I watched it, and I was like, man, I don't see anything like that for the FGC, like covering news like that. So that's why in the beginning of Button Check, sometimes I would just show tweets and I wouldn't appear. But then I learned people were like, no, we want you to read to us. We want you to be on there. We want you to like a podcast type of feel. And then when I did that, it kind of took off more. So I got my idea from him, you know, like watching UFC. The only thing is I feel like UFC is a lot bigger than FGC. So it's like it's more accepted and, you know.
I think
That's
the
what I'm
FGC
saying.
just
Branch
likes
out.
attacking. Yeah,
branch
you should
out and you'll
branch
see
out.
less of that. It's these niche communities that think they can have like this grip on you, the clicks. They're like, oh, you don't fit in the clique. That's why I've been seeing less and less of that, because I have more people coming in. Older demographics as well, usually. Cater more to the nuanced discussion that you bring to the table with some of the news.
Yeah, they love dogpiling in this community. They really, really love dogpiling. Like the PL situation, like with the way people have dogpiled him. And like, I've seen it myself because I'm friends with PL. So like I've seen him he's just streaming Sparking Zero, and somebody will come in there 30-0. Just like just leave him alone,
it's not gonna
man.
stop. It's not gonna stop.
You gotta roll
That's
with
just the way it is. They don't forget.
You gotta roll with it at that point. Just roll off your shoulder, roll with the joke. Just put your head down, work hard. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's why I don't like. You'll never see me go back and forth with somebody on Twitter. I know a lot of people do, because I know I'm not going to change their mind and they're just going to keep talking shit, or I'm going to give them the reaction they want. So I see everything. I see that because I look for stories all the time. So I see people will tag me in the threads. Oh, they're talking shit about you. And I was just like, on to the next. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm.
Do you ever get content creators that are like cool to your face, but then you'll see them talking shit also, or you hear that they're talking shit about you?
Just technicals. No, I'm playing. So I not really. I more so players, like pro players that I used to be cool with. In some content creators, and the crazy thing is, these fucking content creators, somebody in their camp is always going to tell me. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand that. Somebody in their fucking camp, whether it's their best friend or whoever, is going to fucking tell me, hey, such just said this. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, that's how they really feel about me? Like, yada, yada. Or that's what they said at Evo? Or, you know, so I hear all these stories, and I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But that's about as far as it goes with me. If I ever see anybody in public, it's usually like either all love or they just ignore me, you know. So far, no, thank God, no confrontations, or anything like that.
I did have one situation actually. I randomly decided to talk about the Johnny Somali situation, and the videos did really, really well. And I got sent screenshots of someone saying this guy's a grifter. Why is he talking about Johnny Somali? I was just like, it's my channel. I'm just having conversation. Like it was a random attack.
I love grifting, bro. I love grifting. I've been making a lot of jokes about grifting gear. I'm just gonna grift, bro.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Where are you at? You're in the UK, right?
Yeah, I'm in the UK. I'm in London.
Okay. Damn, man.
It's not as bad as what you guys are going through out there. Sometimes I read what's going on in like, the North American. Yeah, the North American FGC sounds like an absolute it's just chaotic. Like everyone wants to kill each other almost. Over here we've got cliques and we've got people talking shit and whatever, but it's like high school level nonsense. It's not anything that's gonna escalate. When I'm chatting to guys over there, they're talking about maybe we need to start carrying. Get some pepper spray. I was looking at threats that Technicals was getting sent earlier. I'm like, what the fuck is going on out there?
Yeah. Did you see that video I posted talking about that? About the guys they were saying that we should carry. And then at the end I showed my gun and I'm like I'm in Texas. Like I got you know what I'm saying? I got a blackout, whatever. But
I had him on. He was on here, James MK.
Oh, you did? That's right. Yeah, I thought I saw that. So, I'm like
he's one of the he was one of the 6 people that created Mortal Kombat. So he's quite well known,
Yeah, I've just seen him being very vocal in the last several months, and I was like, wow, this guy's like really going for it. You know, obviously that's going to be met with a lot of the other side, but I'm just like, fuck, what are we talking about right now? Like here, living in the States, I go outside, it's a normal day. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's really fucking with you or anything like that. I think social media though is so fucking crazy, especially with the climate right now, that everybody is kind of like on high alert. Where
Yeah.
if you just watch Twitter, you would think we're all fucking burning right now. Like it is going fucking crazy. Nazis and all this other shit. Kanye going to hell. But I'm just like, I can go outside and have a normal day. You know what I'm saying? It's still like cool here for now. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it is scary that that's why I tell people it's fucking dangerous when you talk about these things, because we're not all playing with the same deck of cards. And all it takes is one motherfucker to like really believe what you're saying or yada yada. And he's going to be the one to go to that fucking tournament and think he's fighting for justice or some shit.
That's why I don't take that
Yeah.
shit as a joke when they say I should be stoned or like killed. It's like one of you
Right.
are fucking insane enough to probably do that and be like the one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, I don't fuck with that. But then Frosty Fausting they don't do shit about it. They don't fucking care. It's whatever.
No, it's scary because you literally never know. You don't know.
Yeah.
It's crazy motherfuckers everywhere. So I'm not the one to be like, well, fucking do it then. I'm not. No, I'm like, no, y'all fucking do that. I'm gonna remain where I am. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be cautious everywhere I go.
I do think these tournament organizers that are ignoring the threats that are going around need to be held to task though, because they're very quick to like say certain people should be banned and never let back, but they're sending death threats to Technical saying he should be stoned, and there's radio silence. I think that these people should be named and shamed because they're basically enabling this behavior.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't be a dick to me, but don't go incite people to come and fucking murder me. Like that's insane. That's a little extreme.
Right, because that's exactly what would happen. Like a lot of these people look up to certain content creators and figureheads and stuff like that in the FGC. They really like respect them, you know. So if you get one of those, especially one of those individuals, like, you know what, fuck technicals, or this guy should get his ass beat, yada yada. They might do it thinking, oh, if I do it, such and such will really be proud of me or some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of
with it.
Yeah. It's a lot of fucking weirdos. So that's why I'm like, every time. I remember the first time I went to New York, man, I prayed on that plane the whole way there. I was trying to get in the, I was like, all right, this is going to be, I hosted Sonic Fox and the Waka Flocka thing. I didn't know how either one of them felt about me. I just got hired through Waka's manager, you know, who was very cool with me. So I was like, all right, hopefully this is not a shit show and people try to fight me or whatever. Hopefully it's all love. And it was, you know what I'm saying? Like I was able to calm down and enjoy myself, you know. The people that didn't fuck with me, they just didn't talk to me. You know what I'm saying? So I was cool with that.
Yeah.
You know,
do you think it's just like people talking shit on Twitter just because they're behind the keyboard?
Yeah, I think the majority of that is that, you know, the people that we see, like we go to tournaments and stuff like that, I think they're more like on a level playing field for the most part. Obviously you got your, you know, weirdos and shit, but for the most part, even when I went through that fucking month where people were trying to cancel me and shit back in 2018, anytime I went after that, it was still all love. I felt cold shoulders from some people, but they just ignored me. You know what I'm saying? They did the grown-up thing and they just ignored me. And I was like, I respect that, obviously, because, you know, that's the grown-up thing to do. Just don't fucking fuck with me. But you go on Twitter and it's, we're going to kill you, motherfucker, and all this other stuff, you know, and I think they stay there. And I'm glad they do, you know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, that's the scary thing is every now and then one of those motherfuckers trickles from Twitter and actually shows up, you know? So
yeah,
it's a scary world. It always has been, you know? Yeah. But so far, you know, I think I've only been to Evo like 2 or 3 times. And so far it's been like crazy love, like insane, like fucking love that I didn't know existed. Yeah. So I hopefully, you know, it stays that way.
Yeah, I think the hate gets concentrated to Twitter because even when I go to events, like when I went to Comic-Con, like I don't know if you were here when I was telling you, like it was the first time that I actually got proper threats and the guys were saying, yeah, we're going to come to London Comic-Con. But when I got there, it was just nice people. Like there was no issues. Yeah. You know, everyone was really cool. And it was because obviously my channel was much smaller than you guys. So I'm not really going outside expecting to get bothered. But in a place like Comic-Con where you kind of get the fighting game community there quite often, I was kind of expecting it. And I remember as soon as I came up the escalator, this guy like tapped me on the shoulder and he was like, and he did it really hard. And I was like, you hollow? And I was like, oh God, here we go. I turned around and he was like, oh, I just wanted a picture. I was like, thank God. I thought you were going to stab me.
That's fire. Always very
Yeah,
humbling to
man.
go somewhere and like meet people who actually watch and appreciate your shit.
Yeah, it is really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely keeps you going, man. I'll get emails about people are like, man, I was suicidal and all this other stuff. Thank you for just my sign off. My sign off every time is I don't know what it is, but I know it's about to get better. And they'll literally just repeat it to me. It did get better, man. Thank you so much for encouraging. And over here, I think I'm just farting out my ass, in videos and stuff like that. To them, it means something else.
Has it gotten to the point now where you've been doing it for so long and you've gone places and people have been nice that when you see hateful comments or people like wishing the worst on you, that you kind of just shrug it off?
Oh yeah, now like Technicals was saying, like I'm pretty professional at just ignoring it because I know at the end of the day, like there's like certain content creators that I really respect as far as like out there in the world, like people that are doing like huge fucking numbers, like I don't know, Kai or Jake Paul or yada yada yada. There's an endless list, right? I look at some of these guys, some of them are like squeaky clean, and I'm like, man, they're like inspirational or whatever, like in their hustle. And I learned no matter what you do, no matter fucking what you do, you could be straight up and down squeaky. You're gonna have a whole mob that hates you somewhere. That's always going to happen, and I don't know why, but it just fucking does. And the bigger you grow, the bigger it gets. You know what I'm saying? I think the majority will be love, obviously, but every successful person has a mob of people somewhere that fucking hates them. So once I saw that, and I was like, it doesn't matter what I do. Like, it doesn't. Like, I'm never gonna. Some people feel the need to bend over backwards to kind of, okay, I'm cleaning up my act, guys. Maybe you'll like me now. No, they're gonna find another reason to hate you.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so therefore, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm just gonna be me. Let me just
making good
continue to be
videos.
me. What's that?
Just keep making good videos. That's it.
Yeah. I was like, if I could just continue having fun and try to make people laugh, I feel like laughter cracks a lot of barriers as well. Like, it definitely, like, if you can make somebody laugh enough, they'll be like, oh, fuck it, I kind of like him now. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm gonna keep on doing, man. And all I can do at the end of the day is what I like. You know what I'm saying? What makes me laugh at the end of the day.
I think you two are good at making people laugh. I'm not that good at making people laugh. A lot of people come to my videos and they're like, you look like you're dead inside, Michael. Why won't you smile?
You know what's funny is I do that a lot. Like, I watch people and I instantly try to do an impression of them. I'm not good at voices and shit. I don't do that part. But like in my sketches, that's what I do. And when I saw you, I instantly was like, I want to do this guy. Like, I want to do a video, wig and all. You know what I'm saying? I think I could. I just need to get some tattoos and shit. But I was like, his character stands out a lot as far as like your demeanor. You know what I'm saying? Like almost like the Undertaker. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Do you know what? Yeah, I actually, because I watched Undertaker so much growing up, that I started to replicate how slow he walks, and my friends started to hate going out of me because I'd walk really slow everywhere.
This motherfucker, this slow ass motherfucker.
Yeah, but no, I get that. I get that all the time. People saying to me,
yeah,
why don't you smile, Mike? Why don't you this, that, and the other? And I'm always like, is this how I am in real life? Like, do you want me to jump in and be like, hey guys, what's going on? That's not who I am.
There's a guy like that
Right.
in Smash named Larry Lur. He's actually big for that because he will have his Smash reveal reactions where he just is just blank face. He's like, oh cool, Mega Man.
Yeah.
And it goes like viral. So Larry Lur's a cool guy. He's stayed in his lane, just playing Smash, not getting political, not doing any of that other shit.
Yeah.
Some of these Smashers are fucking ridiculous, but
There was one Smasher that I really, really liked. It was Captain Falcon played Fatality.
oh, that
Did
guy's a
he
dickhead.
ever do it? Oh no.
He was defending Nairo and it pissed me off. He was all like, but Nairo said this, this, and that. And I'm like, are you stupid? I don't know.
Look at this guy.
Oh,
What's
PL.
going on, PO?
Speaking of PL, I gotta take a P-is.
we can't hear you, PO. You got the Ernesto problem.
Right. I had to change mics altogether.
Yeah, chat was cracking up. They'll call you mute check.
I didn't even pay attention. Like, I logged in. These headphones
You know what?
didn't work.
I just realized what was going on. I had my mic muted. Literally, it was nothing else.
Oh,
better than me.
Good?
Yeah, so we here. But yeah, I was at dinner. I was getting pho.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, it's your birthday.
Yeah. I'm 37 now.
Getting up there.
Hey man, trying to stay down there.
So
hey, but you know what?
Stay down there.
I'll probably
wait. Hold on.
You got the
1
streamer in
second.
the back.
Hold on.
This man's with us on his birthday.
So did you have any other like? I know that you're still doing predominantly fighting game content on your channel. I know you're gonna branch out eventually and start doing loads of gaming stuff, but was there anything else in the fighting game community that you have always wanted to like talk about and cover or do on your channel that you've never gotten around to?
I have this dream of doing like butt check like studios and stuff like that to kind of branch out and to kind of have like working with others, you know what I'm saying? And their content, like we'll all like make content together type shit. I haven't really figured it out yet. I'm not really too tech savvy.
I might be moving to Texas after my lease runs up around like September.
You got people out here, or you're just gonna move out?
No, I'm with my brother, another roommate, and his girlfriend, and they help me with like skits and recording and shit like that. But I think we're gonna try for a big house in Texas.
Oh, nice.
So
that's what's up, man. Yeah, I'm in the Dallas area.
Yeah, Dallas is tight. If I moved, it would be to Dallas.
Oh, okay.
I think my family.
Yeah, I'm originally from Cali, but yeah, I love Dallas now.
California's expensive as fuck.
Oh yeah.
So, Pio, now that you're here, now that we're all here, since we did the podcast last time and there was all that fallout with Sonic Fox and the community, what has been going on since then?
I've been seeing people like kind of, I don't know if it's like 50-50 or like 60-40, but I've been seeing a lot of people like defending me and stuff. But I also see, of course, like a lot of people like going with whatever Sonic says because, you know, they don't have brains. But yeah, like it's been eye-opening to see how people have been covering different stuff, like seeing how you cover stuff, how Ernesto, you covered stuff, Lou covered stuff, D all the way G, everyone's coverage has been on point. So I was like, all right, this is cool because finally like people are seeing what's going on and understanding instead of me just being constantly gaslit over and over and over again.
Yeah, that's good, man. It's just nice to know the conversation's changing.
I remember talking to you about it a while ago.
Yeah.
Sonic Fox shit, because I was dealing with it myself. You just gotta ignore people like Sonic Fox. You just gotta keep working. I mean, he has his base that he's always gonna appeal to. You're never gonna convince those people. They're just Sonic Fox fans at that point.
Have y'all ever had the issue? Because I even talked about it in my video, where you were covering a story, and you were kind of cool with both parties in the story. So you were like, I want to make sure this is done fairly to both. Have you ever been like put in that situation?
Me?
Well,
me
or any of you?
Do you want to go first, Technicals?
Like, because I mentioned in my video because I've covered the PL Sonic Fox thing for a lot. I mean, it's been going on forever, you know. So the last one, I was like, I've said it before, but I was like, I hate to see stories like this because I don't really have like somebody that I'm like, oh yeah, this person should go to hell in this video. You know, like the only times I've ever met Sonic, he was very cool to me, give me an autograph for my wife and that stuff, and that was it. You know what I'm saying? PL has always been really cool with me, supporting the show, talking to me, like always. You know what I'm saying? So I have no beef with like anybody. But when they have beef with each other and I'm reporting the story, I'm like, oh fuck, man! Like I hate being kind of here right now. You know what I'm saying?
There's never been a story where I like both the people. There's stories where I'm neutral. That's not what I mean. Like where I personally know them and like them. It's usually like two neutral parties or some person that I'm leaning more towards, but like that's just because of the information and how I've seen the other person acting. Like they're acting in bad faith or they're being dishonest. So obviously I'm not gonna like them. But it's usually not like a conflict of interest with both parties.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same as Technicals. Like, there's usually someone that I'm against and someone that I'm for. But if I feel like I said in the video, yeah, because like me and Pierre are friends. If I genuinely felt like he was in the wrong, I would just message him and be like, I'm not talking about this because you're my boy, and I don't like doing videos. Like some content creators will talk about their friends, And
Some people call that
sometimes I'm like,
sweeping, but it's like, why would you go out of your way? Like, if Ernesto was getting a ton of heat, why would I go out of my way to dig all that up and make a big ass fucking video? Like, I'm just gonna give you, I'm gonna give you the space to deal with your own situation, and if it gets to a point where it's like super nuclear, like that sucks. But I'm not gonna, like, I never feel happy or excited to cover someone who I've fucked with dealing with their own shit. That sucks.
Yeah, I've been called out multiple times. Oh, what's going on, Tom? Sorry, bro. I just admitted you in it, but I didn't say hello.
No, no worries. I don't have my camera on. I just got back from work. Got the kids running around, so not in a position to turn the camera on.
Smart move.
Yeah, I can answer a few of those. By the way, it's just the Mortal Kombat community and a lot of that toxic stuff that happened beginning of the MK9 era, and it's just kind of there are certain people, PL being one of them, that were kind of like, yeah, I don't know how he's winning. I don't know, whatever. And he just happened to be one of them. I will say this. There's a line I always talk about to people who are winning and have me, look, I wasn't an asshole during my time. There was like 20 years where I was like the final boss of MK. And if people don't believe me, go and pick up one of those old games and I will fuck you up. There's a line that says, be careful what you do when you have the power. I was always very much like, hey, I'm just a normal guy, not very good. There are many times where PL was there. I lost to a very popular player, Forever King. He beat me 100 straight games in casuals. And then I beat him in tournament twice. And I was very much like, who really cares what happens when you're losing in casuals? It doesn't count. You can beat somebody 1,000 games and you lose to them twice in tournament. And what do the 1,000 games mean? Nothing. And I was very like, hey, not the best. I'm probably one of the worst. I just happen to have good results. No different than anybody else. Sonic, while he has the power, is king, but making a lot of enemies. And when he is 45 and 50 and can beat no one will care who he is, and people will revel in his fall. And a lot of his ability to monetize is over. I mean, but that's what happens when you have the power. What you do directly affects what you can do monetarily when your power is gone. And when you want to force people to bend the knee, when they don't got to bend it anymore, the only knee is they bend you over theirs and give you spankings when your career is over. And that is, unfortunately, a mistake that many people make when they have the power. Fuck you, I have the power. I'll say what I want. I'll do what I want. But you don't have that power forever. And I want to give props to my man Ernesto here, the only real gaming journalist on earth. Because when I went through that, I watched a bunch of videos, all with hearsay and speculation. This dude is the only one who said, you know what, I don't really know. Maybe a few years from now, the truth, whatever, and I'll find out information. He didn't report on a single bit of speculation. This guy here, man. And that's why whenever I tell people, hey, something's going on, I say, hey, man, there's only one person you got to go to. You got to go to Button Check. He'll find out the truth of everything. But it's the Mortal Kombat community. They did the same thing to KDZ. KDZ was playing, Injustice 1. He was trying to learn. He was losing. He ends up leveling up, wins Evo. That doesn't count because he was playing Superman. Continues to win even after they nerfed him. It still doesn't count because the NRS people, they get people that just don't like, and then anything you do just doesn't count. And there's that's just a saying NRS players have. Oh, that doesn't count. Oh, that was back. Oh, when PL won those Evos, isn't that back when people were winning blockbuster tournaments? Well, Justin Wong won same Evos in the quote unquote blockbuster tournament era. You know what I mean? So they choose to discredit certain people. I mean, isn't Sonic Fox winning what? The biggest disgrace, and it's a disservice, that Justin Wong's record may be broken by a guy who's going to win a 300-man Evo this year. I mean, you got a guy winning 600 and 300-man tournaments going to break a record of a guy who was doing it winning 2,000-man tournaments. It just doesn't seem right. It really does. The MK scene is just toxic all over the place. I mean, it really is. And that's why they do this to PL. He just was branded one of those guys. And everything is a slight to prove that he wasn't that good, or somebody would have beaten him if they were around back then. Anybody could have. MK community says dumb shit like anybody could have won those Evos. That's how stupid they are. That is literally how stupid they are. So that kind of logic gets applied to PL. Well, we all know this guy would have beaten him and that guy would have beaten him. The thing I hate about the new school, old school thing is new school players demand that old school players come out of retirement to beat them in the current game. And that's going to prove how easy it was to win back then. But most new school players don't have the balls to pick up an older one and say, let's play for $1,000. It's all talk about how easy it was or whatever. I mean, it's just nonsense. It's just unfortunate where we are in gaming.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I mean, just to go back to what Ernesto was saying about like covering things, I don't have a problem covering a situation and being neutral if I feel like it calls for it. But I have been called out by multiple people for not talking about my friends, but they're not serious situations. It's not like the stories that Technicals covers where they're like serious. Obviously, if I heard one of my boys was like diddling children, then and people are saying, "Hey, Mike," and I'm quiet, it's gonna look suspicious. I'll speak about that. That's different. As far as I'm concerned, you're being evil at that point.
I'll probably make a statement. If something like that happened to me, I'll make like a statement. I'm not gonna make a full. People expect me to make a fucking documentary. Why would I do that? Why would would you do that? Like, no, you're not gonna fucking do that. So why would I do that?
I'm not really a fan of doing those things. Are super chats broken? No, super chats ain't broken. I'm not a fan of doing those things. Like I said, I message people privately. Like for example, Ernesto, like we've only just met, but I have a respect for you. So if you did something and now we've spoken, and I've got you on Twitter and you did something I didn't like, I'll just be like, hey bro, what's going on here? Blah blah blah. I'm not really a fan of like doing videos of people that I get on with. It feels a bit weird to me. But then people are like, oh, you're biased. Then I'm like, I'm a real person. I don't just live on the internet. Like these are maybe people that I might meet one day and want to shake their hand. I don't want to start fires everywhere. Sometimes there's people that I genuinely, I'll watch them and I'm like, I find this person detestable and I don't like what they did, so I'm going to speak about it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
The FGC is all about
that's how it should be.
lies. The
I appreciate that.
The FGC goes after low-hanging fruit. They pick somebody that's low-hanging fruit, and then they can literally speak any truth they want to into existence. I'm living proof of that. Mike Hollow, I sent you 2 bank statements of my 2 lowest months. They were the last 2. True or false? They equal 22,900 and 22,300.
Oh, I didn't think you were going to say it on live stream.
I'll tell you right now.
No, he's not lying. He sent me his bank statements today because people were
Hold on. Let me get on that train. Shit. What's cracking?
So let me just
people were calling him out saying that he basically does videos to make money on Mortal Kombat, and then I've seen Tom Brady's bank statement. He's a rich man. We'll just put it that way.
So let me just say this: 22.9, and those were 2 of my lower months. And the MK community wants you to believe I needed to steal $500. Let me just, again, let's remember how stupid that sounds. And they came after me for that. Mike Hollow has seen proof that I have given out over $20,000 to the community. True or false?
Yeah, it's true. I've seen it.
Where's the video?
I've told him. Obviously, I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to say what it is, but I've told Tom.
I'll say names. Tell me. What the hell?
Yeah, you have that conversation with Tom. But Tom's way too kind to this community because these people say nasty things about him online. And I'm like, Tom has helped a lot of you out. Why are you sitting there talking shit about him? But it's Tom's information and I'm not going to expose it. But
I feel like if somebody comes to you in private for money, you don't put them on blast. So like if you're going to help somebody, you help them. You know what I mean? Like you don't do it because you're going to put them on blast or whatever. Now, I know a lot of people...
Imagine someone comes and asks you for money, you help them, and then they rip into you afterwards. It's like, I think that's grounds to put them on blast.
Yeah, but I just don't help them anymore. I don't even bother. And it's, it is what it is. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. You can't really be seen in public supporting me. But, it's all like, and I don't have much time today. I know I got tomorrow with Mike. I just want to say, because PL texted me and said, who says money of video games? PL, I'm going to share a story. PL was there. There was a player named Hatrify. He went to a tournament called the Combine for Dead or Alive.
Oh, you're talking about,
Was
okay,
he-
yes.
Was this young man from New York, because he paused his controller in a challenge match and he wanted to get drafted because he thought it would change his life, was sobbing on the floor like a child. Please, please give me another chance. True or false? True or false?
Was he crying? Dude,
He was
I was
crying.
crying. Hold on, wait. Like,
He was crying.
I can't
You got crying
remember.
when you got drafted.
Yeah, I was
remember,
crying
he
because,
paused it
like,
against Offbeat. He paused the match against Offbeat.
okay, yeah. Wait. I remember Ryan being on stage. Yeah, I remember all. Yeah, I
so
remember that.
It was a challenge match. He paused it against Offbeat, who was a franchise player, and that he was disqualified, and it was the final round. And he was just like, "Please, come on! You know it was an accident. Let's play the round out." And he was crying because he needed to get drafted. The FGC sells this bullshit to people, and I'm going to cover it more in detail tomorrow. There are many people. I'm not going to say who they are, Foxy Grandpa.
Well, hold on. I want to say
many
this real
people.
quick. I just want to say.
There
Hold on,
are
real
many.
quick.
No, I can't say who it is.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Before you go on, I just want to say this. Like, I can't say that the CGS represents the FGC though. So like,
no, but it's just part of a bigger picture that sells the dream about you're going to join a pro league, you're going to make big money playing fighting games, and people don't find out it's not true until it crashes down. People drop out of kids have dropped out of high school, dropped out of college for these dreams that never happen. And Foxy is one. I'm just going to, one argument I've had with Foxy over the years, back and forth, is back when I officially retired, I was done. And I bring up Foxy because he's one of the only people intelligent enough to actually have a debate where you can use words and not ad hominem attacks. He's a very intelligent player. Foxy on stream, through chat, has had this debate with me where I said, I was done. There's just no money in it. And in order for me to compete with, the younger players, 17, 18, 19, in your mid 40s is impossible because I have to sacrifice my whole life just to be able to win a tournament. Like your life is over when that happens. And he's brought up, hey, you can win money. You can do this. If you were as good as this person, you'd be winning. That's no excuse. It's a lie. It's a lie. They have made the same argument with PL, like, well, he could play. He could just, he could still be winning money. They make it seem like at a certain point, you don't have to retire from really competing on a professional level to move on with your life. And the truth is you do. And when you do this, if you are one of those people that's low hanging fruit, excuse makers, and you're not winning now, what do you know? And if you say, well, I was top of the world, is eventually you got to hang it up. That's how the life is. Not true. Look at this person or that person. They're winning. They're competing. It's a lie. They have so many people on the FGC who claim as quote unquote pro players, they're making six figures with streaming and YouTubing. Send Mike your bank statements. You're full of shit. You're all broke bitches. And your friends are in my DMs asking me for money, telling me how broke you are. I was like, so please. And it sends this lie to the FGC that you can be successful doing it. Most pro players think, I'm a pro player. I'm winning tournaments. All I got to do is stream and going. Nobody gives a fuck that you win tournaments. Maximilian doesn't win tournaments. Dynasty doesn't win tournaments. Super doesn't win tournaments. True Underdog doesn't win tournaments, and they are beating the shit out of you on YouTube. The most successful content creators understand it's about entertainment. Nobody gives a fuck if you can win a tournament. And if fighting game players don't know math, hey, I'm sponsored. How does your sponsor make money by you winning a tournament? They don't. Every fighting game player is a walking loser when it comes to money. And that's how the world work.
Mike, I gotta go in like 15 to 30.
Yeah, I just wanted, that's what I'm talking about. I posted a tweet showing one of my cards.
Tom, you're dropping a lot of fire right now, but isn't this what you're talking about tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just saying that's where it's coming. I know I'm going to go deep into detail tomorrow, but I'm just saying it is what it is. We all don't tell me you guys don't know that there are people out there who sell that dream to kids that they're going to be a streamer and a pro whatever and make all this money. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll talk about that tomorrow. Thanks for having me on, Mike. Ernesto, you're the man. You're the only real journalist out there in the FGC.
I appreciate the love, Tom. Thank you, bud.
Later, guys.
Take care, Tom.
Later, man.
Peace.
Did you say you got 15 minutes, technical?
I got like 15 to 30. My girlfriend's coming over.
Yeah, I got about 10 to 12.
Yeah, so we've been here for 4 hours. What were we talking about before? We were talking about how we covered.
Talking about technicals and rape.
We're talking about PL and rape.
They're gonna clip that. You guys giving Sonic free content.
Free.
You got me. You got me.
But yeah, no, I think I don't know if I finished answering your question, but also I'll get to the super chats in just a sec, guys, because these guys ain't got much time. Yeah, I don't consider myself a journalist, and I don't consider myself like an investigator or anything. To be honest with you, half the time when I wake up and like I look at my channel, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing today. Like I have no idea what I'm covering. We'll just see what happens. Like I was streaming with the community, and I was just like, oh, I kind of want to talk to technicals. Let me just see if I can get him on here. That was it. Like I don't really have a plan, and
really
in terms of like yeah, I don't have any, because this was all a mistake. The same way where you were like I think Nestor said it was all a mistake doing button check. It kind of just fell into it. I kind of just made an MK video and it got like almost 200,000 views, and I was like, oh, let me try again. And then that one got like 70,000. I tried again, it got like 70,000 again. I was like, okay, people are showing up. So I don't really know where the channel's going. That's why I did that Johnny Somali stuff, and those videos have accumulated like 100,000 views now. So I'm like, I can dip my toes into other things, but right now I'm enjoying the fighting game stuff. I feel like I kind of know what kind of change I want to make in the fighting game community. So I'm going to try and do that and then see where it goes from there.
I feel like it's a dead end to stay in like one category. That's why I was telling Nesto, because I enjoy his coverage. I think he could be up there with like Omni, if he just diversifies a little bit.
Yeah, he stepped away from Smash completely now, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've talked to him before. He just doesn't want to talk about Smash. That's like my thing. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking complain. I'm getting all the views for it, so thank you, Omni. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but PO, I'm gonna ask you, are you jumping on the stream tomorrow?
Sure. Same time.
Yeah, same time.
Okay.
Was there anything that you guys wanted to cover? Because I know you got like 10 minutes left. I think we covered everything, but because Ernesto, I know you just came in and PO's only just got it. Was there anything that you wanted to bring up while we're on stream?
Not really, man. Honestly, I was just dicking around. I wanted to say what's up to you guys.
We haven't talked before, so I thought it was cool.
No, yeah. This is the first time I've ever got to talk to either one of you, man. So I really appreciate the love. Honestly, I didn't think I was going to get in here. I was going to drop a comment and then bounce because I'm setting up to record a video. So I was like, yeah, but just hearing you guys talk, man, and the struggles and what you're planning to do, like, it's really inspirational because I don't look at where I am now in Button Check as the end. You know, I still feel like I haven't even really got started yet, you know, so taking, you know, this advice that you guys have been giving me is definitely getting my wheels turning, you know, as far as like what I could start doing on the channel and maybe even talking with y'all more, you know what I'm saying, collabing. Because I've felt like a lone wolf for so fucking long. I've just kind of stayed where I am. And and just the filming, the editing, everything myself. And I'm so fucking tired, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it would be good because we kind of operate in the same, we don't do exactly the same things, but there's crossover there. It would be good. Yeah,
as long as you guys don't make a 50-minute video and stab me in the back, we'll be cool.
Man, we just assemble like the damn Power Rangers. Y'all ever seen when they got in the Megazord and all the screens are up there and shit? So when Tom was here, it was like all this.
Fucking unite. I was talking to Kenso about this. You guys know Shin Kenso?
Yeah.
About like the FGC doesn't really have good content. Like we need people that are like on the grind making good content. Because I feel like I'm kind of alone as far as the investigatory like documentation and shit. But we don't need a fuck ton of commentary people. We need people focused on quality and growth. I don't need people talking over gameplay all day. I need people who are here to like grind and pump those numbers.
Yeah. No, 100%. I agree because everyone's like, oh, why are you doing that? Why don't you just play games and whatever? I'm just like, everyone's playing fucking games, bro.
I like what you're doing. Different? You're reaching out, creating the Megazord.
Nice. I'm trying to like build, because right now it feels like the FGC is on fire. So I'm like, let me try to build some bridges, and maybe bridges will be built from those bridges, and you know, like maybe one day everyone could be singing Kumbaya. Because initially everyone was like, Mike's here to cause chaos. I kept on seeing that message everywhere. Mike's causing chaos.
You did good with the woman tweet. Do women belong in the FGC? I liked what you did there. You brought a bunch of women on. That was really It was very feminist of you. I like that.
Yeah, oh, I got backlash for that, boy.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Yeah, I got backlash from the people that their opinions I don't really care about, but they had a lot to say. Why has you got girls there? Look at this simp, white knight, blah blah blah. I was like,
either way, you're gonna get shit. Doesn't matter.
You can't win. But Ernesto, I did want to say that you've mentioned me in your videos a couple of times, and every time you do, because my boys are like big fans of you. They've been watching you since like you opened the channel. And they'll be like, "Oh, Mike's on button check. Mike's on button check." I'll get like loads of messages in the morning. People sending me screenshots. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know what's crazy? And I swear to God, I don't even look at the channel like that. Like I look at it like, man, I hope people watch this one. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if it's an insecurity or what, but I don't look at it at all like I'm the guy, I've been here for 8 years or yada yada at all. Like I just keep doing what I like, and sometimes the numbers go through the roof, sometimes they don't. You know,
I usually am like aiming for you to cover my shit because it gets you more views. I notice.
Yeah.
It gets me more views, and gets your audience in on my shit. So
that's what I'm like. You know, I saw like a lot of fucking guys for as much shit as people talk. I wasn't seeing people give credit. Like I wasn't seeing a lot of people give credit, and these are like the people that are like the people look up to and yada yada. I was like, why? They're just using shit or clips or yada, but they're not really like putting their shout outs in the description field or anything like that. They're just doing it, and I don't see anybody complaining. I was like, all right. So when I started doing it, I was like, I want to make that my thing to where everybody I featured gets, you know, sometimes the pain in the ass because a lot of people, but still, I'm like, everybody that I feature is going to get a shout out. Everybody's going to get it. And I'm going to tell people, go check out their shit now that I checked out their shit. And I feel like maybe that's why even some of the guys that don't like me don't tell me shit. Because at the end of the day, I'm still bringing them, you know, traffic and shit like that.
And you're not just ripping their shit. Like you're doing commentary over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I've noticed it for a while. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I appreciate that, man.
It's never bothered me if you don't put my link in the description. As long as you say, "Oh, this is Mike's content."
No, it bothers me. I'll fucking take your video down.
I've seen it too much now, where like people have like taken my Mortal Kombat content or my talking points and they're talking about them. Well, I'm like, as long as they say that's Mike's, I'm talking about Mike's content. I don't need them to put in the links in the description. I've seen it on your videos, Ernesto, and I'm just like, this is fucking long. Like, there's so many. I ain't got the patience for this. So
Yeah,
like, if
there's
people want
some
to use
that,
my shit, I don't care.
Yeah, there's some videos that are quick, but some, there's a lot of content creator footage when I watch. The ones I won't is if like I'm showing your tweet. I'm not gonna put your information about just because I've got blowback for that in the beginning. I'm like, bro, you're not a fucking entrepreneur just because you created a tweet. Like, it's public. You know what I'm saying? I don't really own. I'm showing your and all that shit. Like,
I'm gonna sue. Like, you posted this shit publicly. Everyone can see it.
Like, bro, it's a tweet. Calm the fuck down. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I take any of your footage or your video or yada yada, absolutely, but not for a fucking tweet.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's people looking for clout chasing it.
We got any more super chat questions or anything? I don't want to fuck over any of those people.
Let's see if we miss any. Technicals look into the shin blade situation.
I actually did consider looking into that one. I saw that one. I also want to look into the stuff with Gutex, the PogChamp dude. See if maybe I can do
that. Would be good.
Stuff like that would be really interesting. But yeah, I did see the stuff about Shinblade.
Wolfsbane, thank you for 199. Both sides have crazies, but everyone looks right.
Yeah, everybody jumped on Gutex because he said the chick that died during January 6th was a MAGA martyr, and it was like, oh, you're inciting violence,
and the vaccines, which everyone was vindicated on anyways. So, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I got some shit. I actually got some shit for that over here in the UK, because I just said that I'm healthy, I'm okay, I'm alright. I'm just gonna stay indoors. You leave me alone. And after everything had calmed down, and it calmed down here way before it calmed down for you guys, because we had Americans coming over still wearing masks, and we were all looking at them like, "What are you doing?" None of us are wearing it, so you're not.
They
gonna
still
protect
have
yourself.
shit like that, like Frosty Faustings. They got all the codes and stuff about you need to show us that you're negative for COVID and you got to wear your mask. Like, bro, it's been like 4 years. Fucking chill out.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I did get a little bit of shit for that from someone at Comic Con, but I was just like, they're just yapping for the sake of yapping. Thank you, Wolfsbane, for the 199. I say kick them both out. Let's have fun. Don't know who you're referring to there.
Yeah.
Joe Hootie, thank you for the £2. W Stream, Mike, Brady, PL, Tech, Ernesto.
The Avengers.
Damn, 10 members.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna dip. I can hear my wife who just got here.
All right, thanks for
All right,
stopping by.
man.
So it's fun.
Yeah, thank you, man. Hey, I swear I'm
Appreciate
gonna
the
reach out to
coverage.
y'all, man. Let's link up. Yeah, thank you, PL, man. Thank you guys for everything, man. Because it's rare. Unfortunately, it's rare to get support in the FGC, so I really do appreciate it, man. And I'm gonna do my best not to be a lone wolf this year.
No, 100%, man. We should.
We all on the
definitely
up. We
stay
all
in
on the
contact.
up, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
gonna message you for the Dragon Ball video anyway later on.
Yeah, and I'll do my best to get y'all that that Manscaped info.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
would be
I'm
awesome.
gonna send that to my manager because I got a manager.
Oh shit, big time. All right.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, bro.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Are we all going to? Oh, okay.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, perfect legend. The fucking
All
vibe.
right,
Where
man.
the fuck even
All
are
right,
you?
Lord Technicals.
I think that's the last super chat for now. Shambolic Cinematic Universe. We had all the Avengers in here today.
Oh, it was a fun stream. Thank you for inviting me.
No, I really appreciate your content, man. Like I've told people for a long time that I think I know that like you're not just FGC, but like you've obviously been involved in it for some time. But I think your content is the most important content that we have because you've done so much good work in like exposing people and even like doubling down when everyone was against you of certain things. I think it's really cool to see those sort of things. And
Those people just
like I
piss me
said,
off, and I'm kind of used to it. Like
yeah, I know you did it for shits and giggles, but it is what you've been doing is important.
I've seen what these guys clap at. I've seen what makes them, happy. They just like seeing whatever immediate shit that they agree with. As long as that's validated, they're cool. They don't give a fuck. Like, I have no idea how that Guilty Gear guy Valor is still a TO after literally saying, "Oh, do you know what would happen if I fucking denied the sexual assault allegation? I guess I'll just ruin this guy's life." Like, fuck you, dude. This guy should not be running anything. How the fuck do you still have, like, a company or, like, anything?
That's
Actual piece of
insane.
shit.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you draining the swamp, so to speak. It's good that we have somebody in the space like you. Yeah.
Happy to drain,
Draining
happy to drain the swamp.
Yeah.
Let's
Dude,
go.
like anytime Technicals drops a video, like I'm hype as fuck to watch that shit because it's always from start to finish on point.
I tried. The writing is what I spend the most time on. I'm trying to put more time into production, like with the sets and editing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it does go a long way. Like I remember when you like switched to your like more detective character, and then you switched to having the black and white screen, and I was like, yeah, this is sick. Like
The character was always in black and white. The Captain Zack one was a one-off. I don't know why the fuck I didn't have black and white there, but he's been in my cinematic universe as like a character. So I am playing a character when I do the detective, but it's kind of become like the main thing that I do. So it's just me, I guess.
Do you think that you'll evolve the character at some point, or like do something else when you get bored?
Maybe. I like being artsy.
All right. Well, I think that's it. I think we covered everything. PO, you're gonna be here tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'll pull up.
You jump on whenever you're ready.
I gotta
But
work on
technicals-
videos.
Yeah. We'll stay in contact, bro. But again, thank you. I'll reach out to you for the Dragon Ball video. and
Yeah,
I'll-
remind me about that. Remind me, because sometimes I
Yeah.
get caught up in my own work and I might forget.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later because you got your own shit to do now. I'll message you later in the week. But
Okay.
guys, thanks for joining.
No
I'll leave
problem.
You guys now talk to the chat and then
Thank
I'll
you,
close
chat.
off.
Make sure you donate because Mike Hollow has been having trouble with rent. He lives in London. People have been trying to stab him. That's kind of weird. So just like
This is all
preemptively
I've
give him
got.
some medical funds. It's
This
all
is all I've got to my name, guys.
He's
This
gonna have
is
to
it.
start selling some of those figures in the back. Don't do that shit to him. All right, come on, guys.
No, I
right.
appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. No,
Thank you,
enjoy
bro.
yourselves.
Thanks, man.
All right, guys. Well, that was Technicals and Ernesto and PL and Tom Brady. Like I said, I really appreciate you guys all jumping in and donating and showing up for the streams like you do. Crazy stream, right? Crazy stream, big crossover. So tomorrow, Tom Brady will be here with Perfect Legend. Because again, people have been talking shit to Tom on Twitter. Let's see if they pull up. Let's see if they pull up. I'm gonna spend a little bit more time giving people time to talk tomorrow, because I think Tom is in argument mode, which is gonna be entertaining. So if these people want to pull up, I know that some of you are watching on Twitter right now. There's about 200 people watching on Twitter. If you're one of these people, you're more than welcome to jump in. You know, I've seen you yapping to Tom. Tomorrow will be your opportunity. It will be at 8 p.m. UK time, so work out whatever that is, because I know most people watching are American. But yeah, I'll give people more than 6 minutes to talk, because I know what Tom wants to go over is not going to be 6 minutes worth. But thank you for all the donations, guys. It really means a lot. I really, really appreciate all the memberships. You guys are amazing. I don't even think I said your name properly. Dodevers? Is it Dodevers? Dodevazi. Thank you for the 10 memberships. We're going to be going to 200 members soon, man. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But that's it, guys. Great stream. Really appreciate it all. W Technicals, W Brady, PL. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves and peace.